Welcome to the ultimate guide to setting up your AI infrastructure and your first AI agent with Hermes. This ultimate guide goes through everything from buying your domain to putting your main production online, your web app online. Hermes integrated into staging, your main VPS matching staging without Hermes in it, so it's nice and clean. Supabase, OAuth, URL configurations, the whole gamut. Now, this is raw. This is me building it as we go. It's going to be long. It is awesome, and you're going to learn a lot. Now, what I would advise is to check out buildwithpixel.com. There are blueprints that you can get that go along with this course that could really help jumpstart, bootstrap your system and get it going. We're going to go through sort of problem-solving methods, what I do in terms of how I use ChatGPT or a side LLM to aid me in problem solving and getting Hermes set up within this infrastructure. What you're going to want to do is you're going to want to follow step by step, but take breaks, review the documents, see how this is all set up. This is going to empower you. This is going to make you an extreme builder. It will amplify your personal use cases, your business, everything. This is hooked in. Right now, I have Hermes working right here, and it's hooked in to my entire infrastructure. I've given it full access, essentially with scope tokens, to my staging environment so that I can preview and update, create tools, do everything on the fly. And my agent has not only its persistent memory, but it also has a memory within Supabase. So within Supabase, there's all this data that I collect for its memories and keeping it in sync with GitHub repositories, everything. This is the whole gamut. This is what you've been waiting for. And it's going to be long and it's going to be beautiful. So make sure you stick with it. It is everything. I go through it all. And let's build. And we're going to constantly be doing this. And if you stay in sync, if you go with the Bootstrap blueprint, what I'm going to be doing is building tools with this infrastructure in mind. This is how Build with Pixel is built. So any tool that I release, you can easily implement into your system. So let's get to it. There'll be some check-ins throughout this video, but this is raw, great stuff. Enjoy. All right, guys, welcome back. We're on the second day. This is where we begin. This is the good stuff. So in this episode, we're going to buy your domain. We're going to set up Google Workspace so your Gmail account works with it. And then we're going to set up the VPS machine and get it secure, firewall set up, essentially the structure so that you can go in, SSH key, all the goods, protecting your ports. We want it all structurally sound so that then we can move into Docker N8N and move forward. So essentially today, Cloudflare, buy the domain, set up Google Workspace, and then get your VPS machine up and running. Now, one thing I want you guys to remember is to look at how I am building and using ChatGPT. So I know structurally how to set up this stuff, but a lot of times you're going to forget stuff, or you're going to forget like a command or something that you need. And you need to look at, because throughout this, I have to blur some stuff for sensitive IPs and stuff that may pop up. But I want you to look at ChatGPT when I'm working at what I'm asking, what it's giving me, what I'm putting into the terminal. And then if you have errors, I copy that, I feed it back to ChatGPT, and then it gives me answers, and I keep going. And then I constantly verify, am I protected, to make sure that I am good once we get to the point to move on. So be aware of that, like constantly going back and forth and making sure you're set up properly. Now, again, this is going to be very raw, and I'm going to be doing this on the fly because I want it to feel like you're doing this and you're figuring it out as you go. And I'm going to show you while I'm doing this my methodology, how I use ChatGPT to help me with problems. Because again, you're building all of this, and you know you're doing everything. You're an entire engineering team, so it's a lot. And I've done this a few times, but I forget stuff. So just like anyone else, because it's just a lot of information. But again, follow this journey. We're going to go from buying a domain all the way to creating your first agent. So let's get going. All right. So we're going to use Cloudflare. Now, again, all these principles work if you have a different hosting service, database, all that, like it all works. You can just take how I'm doing it and just swap for whatever you use. But I'm going to be using Cloudflare. So let's do build with Pixel. Let's see if that's available. Ooh, $10. I like that. Okay, so we've we bought our domain. Now, if I didn't go into details a lot, there's some stuff I'm going to go into a lot of details. Like I said, I want this to be raw, but there's some things that are quite simple in my mind. Is like go to Cloudflare, search for domain, buying domain, like all that kind of stuff. Like you should know how to navigate a website. But essentially, buy your domain. You can use your existing domain, totally fine. Next, you want to set up ChatGPT. So, this again is like if you like Claude better or a different LLM, feel free to set it up. But essentially, you want to set up a new project in ChatGPT, and we'll call this build with Pixel. Create that project. Now, I've noticed that you have a better memory and context with ChatGPT when you set up a project. So then to get through it all. That's good. So essentially, I'm just setting the base. Now, you can go more extravagant with this sort of master prompt, but yeah. So essentially, we got that. So what's next? Now, the way I want to do it is essentially I have this domain. Now I want to set up my Gmail, my account, because I'm going to use that to set up all the other parts of the stack, Supabase, Hostinger, all that stuff. Okay, I purchased the domain. How do I set up my Gmail account for that domain? Concise answers, please. Okay, so again, now you may know how to do this, but I want you guys to get in the rhythm of if you don't know something, you go to ChatGPT. You see how it wants you to do it. You can validate with other LLMs and yourself, and then you go through the process. So we have to go to Google Workspace, and then yes, add records that's tying our domain and Gmail to Cloudflare. So within Cloudflare, if I go to, you're going to have DNS records. And I'm probably going to blur this out. So, but this is where we tie stuff together with your domain, and we'll be able to create subdomains later, all that good stuff, and tying like how we work with N8N. It all goes through DNS records. And if you want more explanation on what a record is, like just ask ChatGPT. I'm decent at definitions and stuff when it comes to like the tech. I'm not that type of creator, engineer. I'm more of a doer and learner and builder. And then I figure out if I run into problems, I figure it out. I can't give you all the exact definitions of, certain things. Okay, so to use Gmail with your domain, you need Google Workspace. Go to sign up with your business email, enter your domain, verify domain ownership. Okay, so we got to verify everything. Okay, Google Workspace, get started, business name, build with Pixel, just me. So Julian Fitzpatrick, and I'll tie it to pixelworld.com. Oh, there we go. We'll create a new one. Set up an existing domain because we have the domain. Domain name is build with pixel.com. Yes. Create username. We'll do, let's do hello. Yeah, hello at Pixel, and then do our password. Okay. Don't want to save that. I never save passwords. And for this, compare plans, start a trial for just starter, do all this stuff. Okay, so now we got to verify the domain. So we're going to get started, and what you're going to do is you're going to have to go to your DNS records in Cloudflare. I'm going to do manual. Pick your domain host. Now, if you're using a different host, pick that host. Continue. Now, I'm going to blur this out, but essentially what you want to do is in your record, you add a record, you follow what it says here, and the name will be the at symbol, and then you need a txt record with the at auto, and then the content, you got to copy the content from the Google Workspace to your DNS record. So content, and then we'll hit save. So once you do that, come back here, you click that check mark and you hit confirm. And what it's going to do is going to check that you put that into your DNS record so it can tie them both together. Okay, so I'm verified. Now we need to activate Gmail. So continue. Activated for everyone with build and hello. Yes, proceed with activation. So Gmail to send and receive emails. Let's do manual. We'll do now. This is the same sort of thing. We're going to add another record. Continue. Now it's an MX record. So we'll go to add record, MX, name at mail server, copy the mail server, auto, priority 1, and then hit save. So now you got 2 records in there. And then down here, we'll say confirm. And then what it's going to do is it's going to check that you did that correctly. Okay, Gmail's activated. Okay, we don't need to do... Okay, let's do authenticate emails, Cloudflare. Oh, I think we got to do a third one. We'll do, generate key DKIM. So it's the same thing. We're going to go back over here, add record. We're going to do DK or TXT record. Okay, so TXT, name, copy that. Content, copy that. and then set to lowest possible, which auto I believe is fine. Save, and then same thing. Come back here, check it. All right, Gmail's activated. Now we should be good. So get started. All right, now we're going to sign in with our new Gmail. So go ahead and sign in with your new one. Yes, I understand. Yeah. No thanks. Let's make it blue. All right. So now we have our domain set up. We have our Gmail account, which we're going to go through and get all of our other bits set up. So let's do Hostinger. So Hostinger is what I use for a VPS machine. So essentially, we're going to have a staging platform or a staging VPS machine and a production one. And how you got to think about this is you when you're working with OpenClaw, you don't want it hooked to your main production. You don't want anything touching main because you want that only when you want something to be visible online, when you want to go to production. You want OpenClaw tied to staging. And staging is essentially where you work out your ideas. So when we start building everything, we want everything tied to staging. And once we're happy with that, then we push our staging from GitHub to main. That activates Cloudflare, which builds to your production. And then it'll be tied with secrets and variables tied to your VPS main machine. But right now we will just set up the VPS machine for staging. We'll get staging all set up nicely, and then we'll set up main the same way. And you'll want them set up the same way. You don't want OpenClaw to be on the main. Okay, so my account, we use Google. Let's get some water. Sign in. What we want is a VPS machine. And I want to set up a VPS. Now, of course, set it to wherever you like. Let's just see the choices. United States, yeah. Okay, let's do I can never say this. Ubuntu. And then I usually do 24.04 Lite. Yes. So we'll select. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell ChatGPT, hey, we got through workspace. I'm setting up my VPS machine. This is going to be the version. So then it knows, it has context to the type we have. Okay, we got through all the workspace. Now we are setting up our VPS machine. It is a 4.04 LTS. Okay, so we'll do root password. So root password's basically your password for the entire machine terminal. Then you can have a SSH key, which essentially it is a key to just get you into the terminal quicker, so you don't always have to put in your password. We'll do that after. We'll do a password for right now, and of course do a strong password. And you can change this. I'll show you how to change this after. Thanks. Okay, next. Now, to start off, I initially on my other one started off with KVM 1. I've upgraded to KVM 2. I'm going to do it on the KVM 2. but you can do it on whatever you want. Okay, so we got the machine. It's setting it up right now. So we'll let it set up, and then I'm going to tell ChatGPT, this is for your knowledge and for when we start to build within it. Okay, and then while this is building, so what we're doing is with ChatGPT, I'm giving it context to what we're building, and then once we get it into the terminal, we're going to start setting it up with like what it needs to run N8N, OpenClaw, all that good stuff. And I have my way of setting it up, but I'm going to try it a little bit differently this time, because I've learned stuff from building as well. Like, let's say I set up OpenClaw, I did it a certain way for Pixel World. I figured out new ways of doing it or ways of optimizing it. I want to build it this time what I think may be easier or better for going between staging environment and main. But it's always something you will be rebuilding. You can always rebuild and make something better. All right, so now the VPS machine is all set up. Let's see. Okay, so when you go into Hostinger, you go home, and then you can go to VPS, and you'll see your VPS. You just go to manage, and you'll see your root access. So we're going to go in there, and then I use PowerShell. Now, if you don't have PowerShell, I'm honestly, I don't know for sure if it's installed with Windows or whatever you're on. And you can use other types of terminals and stuff, but this is what I use. Just go in and install it. Can use it. So I type SSH and I go in. Now, what it's going to ask is, and this is looking for, I believe, SSH key, and it doesn't know the host that I'm trying to access it from my computer. So I want to say yes. And then it's going to ask you for your root password. Now, this is how you get in. So as you can see here, we have essentially we're into our machine. Okay, so essentially what I want to do is I want to get all the like updates, all that kind of stuff, and things that would be useful for navigating the terminal and all that. Now, I'm not the best with terminals. I've always been on Windows and all that. But you just got to get used to this. It's not that complex once you get into it. Okay. And you just have to get used to it. So like going into folders, like ls is to list directories. Of course, right now there are no directories. CD is to go into a directory. And while I'm doing this, when we start building, I'll be showcasing this. Or not. Okay, so let's see what it comes back with. Okay, VPS prep. Okay, so this is the core system update. Packages add official software repositories, curl, wget, okay. Okay, git and file tools. Clone, yep, we need that for Git. Security basics. And you can go over this all in depth. And if you want more, you can go more. The way I like to look at it is, especially if you're building like a web app or whatever it may be, is you want to be secure. You want to have security, but you don't need to go extremely far. And that's a mistake I made early on, is that when I was building Pixelworld at first, is I went super secure. But if you don't have an audience or no one using it, that security is sort of, I don't want to say pointless, but extreme. Like, you want to be secure and you want the bare minimum of security. And then as you're growing and as users are using it and as your app gets more popular or starts getting used, then you need to start thinking about like really good level security. But at the beginning, you want to get your idea out there. You want to be fast and you want to have these, and we're going to implement security features with like routes and all that kind of stuff. But you don't want to go too extreme at the beginning because you want to get people to use it and just validate that your web app is actually good or not. Go ahead and do this. And what you'll see is it will install all this stuff. And then, like I said, you're going to get errors. You're going to run into issues. Okay. And let's see. Okay. So then what I do is I got some errors. So then when you get errors, this is the beauty of, vibe coding and all that good stuff is you grab those errors, you throw it in to ChatGPT, it assesses, it has the context from before, and then it can give you what it means. Okay, the main issue is not the packages are bad, your app package is stale, mismatch. So Ubuntu, you're fine. This common Ubuntu app issue. Okay, so let's run this. And sometimes it's whenever you're running these commands, it'll give you them to where you can copy and paste. But if you copy and paste it wrong within the terminal, it doesn't actually propagate it all properly. So sometimes you have to go in and do it manually one by one. Okay, that one went through fine. And then like you may be asking, well, how do I know what all this is? And I don't know all the packages that are there, but what I'll do after this is I'm going to verify with ChatGPT, hey, these all completed. Can you give me a breakdown of what this means? What do I have in this? Okay, so then we're going to see what ChatGPT has to say about that. Choose keep the local version currently installed. Okay. Okay, so just hit enter. All right. Now, this is also how you learn. Like, a lot of people are going to be saying like, oh, well, you don't know this or you don't know that, but you can't worry about that. How are you going to learn without doing it? And, seeing what the errors are, seeing what's coming up, you can be taught this in school, but if you're not actually doing it, you're never going to learn anything. So you got to do it. You got to see what comes up, and then you got to move forward, and then you got to validate it, and then check and do checks. Okay, so restart zip load. The kernel will not be handled, so you should consider rebooting. Okay, so I got this. Let's just do this. I got this. What should I do now? And this is a lot of it. This is a lot of debugging, and it can be. You could think it's time consuming or tough, but it is. It's like you're going to run into problems, and and especially once you have a bunch of things tied together, you're going to have to remember a bunch of different things. But this is what you're going to gather from this course: is that you're gonna be learning a lot. And this is a means of how you problem solve. You have to use AI to problem solve. It's essential. Okay. New expected, you should reboot. Okay, so let's do a reboot. We'll let that reboot. Okay, and then we're going to run this. And that matches. So then run these. Okay, and then we'll run this. Okay. Okay, now how can I verify everything is correct and I'm secure and we are ready to get Docker N8N going? Okay, so now, okay, so we just checked that. That was correct. Check system health. Let's check. Okay, perfect. Yeah, no errors. Check firewall. Let's check the firewall. Inactive. Okay, so we need to go through firewall. And one thing you can do is like sometimes ChatGPT will give you a list of stuff to do, but you get through one thing and you go through this whole thread and you're like, oh, it's going to forget what the other things are. You can branch off. So you can do this branch and chat. So sometimes when there's a long one, I'm like, oh, before I write this, I want to save all of what he just said. So I keep it there. I scroll all the way down. I still have all this context for how he replied, but I'm just fixing this first part. And then I can go back to that other branch. Okay. Let's check this. If it shows 22 run, does show 22. Okay, let's see if I can copy this whole thing and run it. Okay. So again, it's back and forth. You got to read the terminal. Now, you may not understand it all, and that is okay. If you want to learn the nitty gritty of it, like sudo is sort of like the admin override to doing commands. But if you need to know all these other commands, just ask ChatGPT. Okay, one at a time. So, okay, added rule. Updated. Rules updated. Yes. Okay. Okay, this is what I have. So now I'm just verifying that the firewall is set up. Default incoming deny allow. That means HC web, HCSI. Everything else is inbound is blocked. Now do these quick checks. Okay, so let's do these checks. Okay. So I want to copy up to there and show what those checks gave me to verify with ChatGPT. Now it looked like there was a couple errors, so we'll see what those are. Firewall's good. Failed to ban and Nginx did not install, probably because the earlier apt install failed halfway. Also important, your SSH log shows accepted password for root. So right now, root password login is enabled. We'll tighten that soon. Okay, perfect. So fix install missing packages. So let's do this. Run. Okay, and then all right, we'll keep going. Copy. And Nginx is our reverse proxy. Okay, and then we're going to create a non-root sudo user. Now you can name this however you want. Password, we'll give it a password. What password should I do? We'll do full name. We don't need it. That room number, don't need it. Work phone. Yes. Let me write down that password. Okay, so that's just adding another user. Copy. And then see how I just did su-vox? I'm actually going into the username as Vox. And then sudo who am I is that password for. Okay. Yeah, and it's saying, so let's check all of this. First, let's check this. And is the Vox user for OpenClaw or for us? And again, if you ever, I'm going to reiterate this all the time, is if you have questions about something, because this is a lot, it's a lot of information. You're going to be going through, like when we get to Supabase, doing like SQL expressions and all that. You're going to wonder what all those are. Just ask, and then over time, the more and more you do, it'll become more and more ingrained in your head. Okay, what your checks mean. Failed to ban active. The allow warning is not a problem right now. Nginx active, ports good. No random public ports are open good. You don't want public ports open. About the Vox user. The Vox user is for us operations. Think of it as the safe non-root user we use to manage VPS, deploy code, run scripts, and later interact with Docker. It can also become the user OpenClaw Vox uses for deployments later, but right now the main reason is to stop doing everything as root. Okay, so that's a good thing to know. It's like to not do everything as root. This happened because we created Vox, but did not see the group yet. Vox is not in the, so exit. Okay, so we're exiting that user. Okay, let's see. We're Vox. Okay, then root. Sweet. Okay, so now I'm going to go back, and because we had all this other stuff to check, okay, we'll do this. We'll run this all-in-one verification command. Okay, and then I'm going to give. Okay, before done run these final checks. Okay, so everything looks good. Who am I? Groups. Locks roots. Permit root login. Okay, so password authentication. Okay, so this is going back, I think, because we're using root password and not SSH. Check any root packages. No servers need to be restarted. Upgrade. Okay, so now we're going to create base folders. And it looks like this is for backups images. So we're going to do that. All right. Okay, first let's check all this. And then can you check this before we do Docker? Then do I have to do SSH key and all this that I am doing? How do I know I am secure port wise and firewall wise? So we'll show basically the stuff that we just ran through. All right, so I got cut off on the SSH key. So it is something that you want to do because especially like for what I've been doing, you're seeing my label, and that label can give users information about your IP and all that kind of stuff. So you want to have it locked down to where there's no password authentication. It's essentially saying, hey, this computer is allowed to come into this VPS machine. So essentially, you want to do this, but change to whatever you labeled your name, and then the number afterwards, the server. And then it's saying this key belongs to your name for the server. And then this command is essentially taking that file that it created from the keygen that's up here, and then it's putting it into your server IP within this folder. So then it's basically saying, okay, this IP can use the VPS. So do that because you want to be protected and secure. Now, I know that was a lot today. We got through buying the domain, setting up your Gmail account, setting up the VPS machine. Now, the VPS machine, the structure is there. Next steps will be setting up Docker, N8N, and then we can move into setting up Supabase, OpenClaw, and getting the front end going for your domain. So, yeah, look out for the next episode. Thanks for tuning in, and see you. All right. First section down. Let's keep it rolling. If you guys like this, give the video a like, subscribe. Let's keep this momentum. Take a break, take a day if you need, and let's get back into it. Once you get this whole system set up, you're going to unlock some true power. Let's get it. All right, welcome back. This is episode 3. So make sure if you haven't seen the other episodes, check them out. we're going through the entire process of building an agent, a custom agent, from buying the domain to setting up the VPS, N8N, GitHub, Supabase, Cloudflare. We're doing it all. In this episode, we're going to take care of setting up N8N and setting up the initial repos for GitHub and getting those connected with your VPS. From there, then we'll set up Hermes and it will populate those repos and then we can get going. So yeah, let's get to it. All right, now we're going to get into setting up N8N. All right, is the naming N8N staging. So it recommended a certain naming. I just want to naming recommended if we are copying this. So again, we're going to be copying this image for main later on, taking a snapshot of it. So I just want to clarify, should we have folder structure like that naming? Now, does it make a difference? No, but organizationally, it helps to have it different. So baseball is permanently named N8N stage and better approach, recommend naming. Yeah, then use specific values inside the .n file, which we'll get to. Yeah. Later on, production VPS. Yeah. Okay. Instead of production having weird paths, like, yeah, use this instead. Okay. So we're now, right now, so to go into a folder, if you don't know, CD slash op. Now, do I have that? Yes. Okay. And if I list, there's container D and pixel. What's in pixel? We got apps, backup, logs, secrets. Okay. And then we need N8N in those. Do we have pixel compose? Okay, so we're going to make these directories. And we're going to create a network for Docker. Okay, so let's see. Is pixel net fine for Docker network if we are using this image later for main? Let's see. Okay. Okay, so I just did this. So I'm going to clarify, we just did that. So how do we move forward? Okay, so it looks like you can't copy over a snapshot to another machine in Hostinger. So what we'll do is we just created this script. So do that and then type this, we'll create it and then we can view it. Okay. Then later for main, we do one of these. So how do I know that this will work? A new VPS machine. And I just want to sort of verify before going. Now, worst case scenario, we do the same setup. Like what we could do, like let's say your snapshot didn't work or the script didn't work. What you could do is go into this machine, ask ChatGPT, hey, like all these questions, I want to see how my ports are set up, firewalls, all that kind of stuff. It you copy all your data. It'll give you expressions to see everything. You type in a terminal, copy everything, give it back. Okay, give me game plan for setting it up on the main. Then you just do it again. And it's not a bad way of doing it because then you're re-ingraining in your mind how to do this setup. Okay, that file is a receipt, not an installer. It tells us what this VPS currently has and does not prove a new VPS can recreate it. We need to know it will work on new. We need two things: Bootstrap base recreates the setup, verify base.sh checks the setup worked. Best way forward: create reusable Bootstrap script and later run it on main. Okay, let's create that. And Control O saves, Control X exits out of Nano. Nano is sort of like creating a file. So you're creating a file within this directory, and then Control O saves that file, and then Control X exits out. Then make it executable. Create verifier 2. So now we're going into a new file. We're going to copy this, paste, Control O saves, Control X. Then dash verify. Okay. We know it works when the script can be run on a fresh unit and the verifier returns the same clean state. Your current base.txt is useful as comparison, but the real reusable asset is the bootstrap base.script that we'll use for the main later. So let's give this look good. And that'll be in scripts. All right. All right. So now let's set up the compose file for N8N. All right. Let's get N8N running. Now, N8N is going to be our automation system on the back end. It's also it's a no code. We'll use code, but it can do a lot of stuff, and we can set up automations to fill a database. We could set up a tool within our platform that uses an agent within there that sort of looks at the data and then can do reasoning and then output whatever it may be. It's a really powerful automation tool. Okay. Then expose it with Nginx Cloudflare after it works. All right. And that sounds good. It recommends keeping it stable, encryption key, because it encrypts safe credentials. Okay, so we'll go to cd compose. We'll go to that folder, create the N8N.n file. So okay. Well, let me go over sudo sudo nano.n. Or actually, Control X. Let's do. Does that work? Then list. Okay, we'll create the Docker compose. Take this. So this is how your Docker gets composed up and down, and like the ports and everything that's related to it. The IP. Okay. We want that. So it's not exposed. And then when Docker compose up. So that's bringing up the container. Boom. Look at that. All right, so looks like it's up. We can check the status of it. And it is healthy. Do logs. Okay. I'm going to take this and change the IP. We want that. And then when I open this, boom, look at that. We got N8N running. Now, what we'll do is we'll later set up a subdomain. So, like, you can work on N8N like this. I like to make a little subdomain. And essentially, that would be like, since ours is build with pixel.com, you could do build with pixel.n8n, or sorry, the subdomain would be N8N staging dot build with pixel.com, and then that would be where you go to, and you can hook it with Cloudflare. And I'll show, we'll do that later. But we got this all set up, so we can do hello at build with pixel.com, Julian Fitzpatrick, and then my password. So, no, thanks. Okay, and then boom. And if you're like me, I can't stand the brightness of this. So we'll go dark. Okay, and then so now we have N8N set up. Now I want to verify a couple things. Okay, we got that. Looks all good and could access it. Oh, and again, why you would do a subdomain is like if you want to access it from anywhere on the internet. Right now, that port is for local, and that's why I'm able to see it. But depending if you want to be able to access it, if you're out and you're on your laptop and you want to be able to go in and work on it, that's why you would have sort of a subdomain for it. For the environment file, why did we name it nan.env and not just .env? So I want to clarify earlier when I want to clarify like why that isn't .env and it named it differently. Okay, so it's just for clarity. Better a .env file in the same folder as .env is automatically read by .compose variable substitution. Okay, so okay, cool. Yes, but I would only use for non-secret. So if we list, you see your Docker Compose is there. Let's say I want to read it. So cat Docker Compose .yaml. Now you can see in here how N8N is set up. And that's right. So you see within this Docker Compose, it's saying, okay, in secrets, NAN, NAN.env, that is where our environment variables are. Now, environment variables, don't ever show that to anyone. Don't ever, share that with ChatGPT. It's always, and what you'll see throughout this is you never want those type of variables hard coded into any type of file. You always want a variable name and then what it is. And let me just check, because it created it. I don't think there's going to be anything secret in it, but let me verify a cat list. Or no, it's in 1 second. Cat N8N. Okay, so if you open that file, now I'm not going to share mine because there's the encryption key for N8N, but I'll do. Okay, so I know what I can do. Okay, so I'll show this, and it won't have anything that's password or encrypted. So you'll get something like this. Now, this will be in your environment file. Now, a lot of this is what's driving N8N, and you can add variables to this. Like later on, we'll be adding Supabase keys and all that, so that we can use N8N to upload data to Supabase or push data to Supabase. And then what you'll do is you'll put in a key, sort of like Supabase service role key. And when we get to Supabase, you'll see this, and that's something you never want to share with anyone. That is your key to that database that essentially overwrites everything. Says, "Hey, I am the service role person. Like we can push this data to Supabase or grab data or whatever." And that's what we'll put into headers. And you'll have this long key that's associated with what it is. And then this is what is used for headers throughout N8N. And when we get into other areas, you're going to have these variables. Like in Cloudflare, we're going to have to set secrets and variables. And that's what tells the service, hey, we have this key. It's grabbing it from this file so that I'm allowed to do this. But you never want to share this, because then other people can access your stuff. And then you would have to, get a new Supabase, which isn't a huge thing, but it's painful. But that's essentially the keys and all of that kind of stuff. And we'll go over this over and over again. All right, look at that. We have the VPS machine set up. We got N8N Docker, all good. We have our initial GitHub repos set up and connected within the machine. So next episode, we're going to get Hermes set up, get all of its internals going, hook it up to, I'm going to try to hook it up to ChatGPT, my subscription. And then we'll start having it populate the repos. And then we can get into hooking up our database Supabase and getting all of our stuff set up for Cloudflare. All right. Keep tuned. Thanks for tuning into this episode, and rock out. Ladies and gents, you are cruising. All right. You're getting through it. This is good. Hey, refer back to the blueprints if you have them. Feed that to your LLM too. So while you're building this and while you're problem solving, you can feed ChatGPT, help you out before you get Hermes set up. Once you have Hermes, feed it that information, feed it the repo. Like, you want your agent to know as much as it can. And then let's keep going. You're doing good. Keep pushing. All right. We got GitHub set up. Now it's time to get Hermes set up. Okay, so this is a great thing. I on my other in Pixel World, I have OpenClaw set up. Never done Hermes. Should be the same sort of setup, but we're going to give it access to the entire staging VPS. So let's get started. So we're good with GitHub. We got our SSH keys working. Hermes should not push to main. We know that. Hermes should just be pushed to staging, or should be pushing to staging. Operate messaging gate. This official install flow is curl base. Okay, so let's start by creating these. I'm gonna go ahead and go to these folder structures. Pixel, and then we'll set up these guys. Do workspaces, secrets, and we'll put some protection on that. Okay. AI provider configure. We should have one provider key. Okay, so make sure, we're going to have to give this guy a brain. So we're going to need a key, an API key to have Hermes work. I'm going to try a subscription. I'll ask ChatGPT in a little bit how to do that, but you can do any API setup. But we'll go into that. Okay, so we're going to go into Hermes. We're going to curl this bad boy. See what, and then let's do that. Okay, this tells us the installer temp Hermes. Yes. What is all? Oh, this is just all the. That's it. Okay, so exit. Q. I just pressed Q to exit that. Let's see. Okay, so it's installing. Okay, so now I've never done this before, just like what I said. So I'm going to feed this to ChatGPT, see what it says. Let's see what it says. Check Node.js for browser tools. Node.js not found installing. Okay, so choose yes. Okay. Password. Put in your password. Oh, okay. That starts going. After it finishes, we'll fix this warning. Okay, so we'll let all those dependencies run. Okay, so once you get to this screen, I'm going to put this in. Now, I want to use my OpenAI subscription for the brain. Is that possible, and how? So essentially, I want to use ChatGPT subscription that I have, and I want to see if that's possible with Hermes. I believe it is, but I want to know the steps. Hermes can use OpenAI as the brand, but not your ChatGPT directly. Your ChatGPT Plus subscription is the API usage bill separate through. Okay, so it looks like you have to do an API key, which is fine. And I think I'm going to use Kimmy since I can't use the subscription. Kimmy is really good, super intelligent, and it's fairly inexpensive. Billing payment on the OpenAI platform. API keys, create new secret key app. So we'll do quick setup. Okay, and then I'm going to just give it all of this. Oh, there is OpenAI Codex. Kimmy, which is what I may use. OpenAI option and Hermes is an important distinction. OpenAI codecs with ChatGPT line may use your ChatGPT plan access. Can we do that? OpenAI API uses. So since you said not custom, okay, so go down. I'm going to blur this, but just do your login to connect it, and then we'll unblur it after. Okay, once you're logged in, then just pick your model. I'm going to pick 5.5. Select terminal backend. Okay, so we got local, run directly on your machine, Docker, isolate container with configurable resources, modal, serverless cloud, sandbox, run on a remote machine. Now, I'm probably going to do local. I did Docker with OpenClaw, but I want to give Hermes access to the entire VPS. But I'm going to ask ChatGPT to see what's best. I want Hermes to have full access to the staging machine. Should I just pick local? And then for your goal, local is the right choice because you want Hermes to operate on the staging VPS directly. That gives Hermes access to the box user to run it as Vox. That gives it strong access but not unlimited. Okay, so isolation first, but adds complexity because we need to mount. Yeah, for your current goal, Hermes can control the stage man. Okay, yeah. So, like I said, with my Pixel World platform, I have OpenClaw set to it's in a Docker container, and so it doesn't have access to everything. Now that's super safe. I've been messing with that, and there's a lot more that you have to step through to give it variables, all that kind of stuff. This one, because I've trusted OpenClaw so much with that setup, I really want to try this environment with Hermes having full access, but it's just staging variables and all that. And it'll be a good test for the future. So I'm gonna go with local. I'm gonna say for this, I'm gonna skip for later. Right now, I'm gonna just message it through its own local access and set up a subdomain afterwards. Uh, if I may do a video on this later to show how you set up the messaging, but for now, I'm just gonna say skip. Okay, and then we'll launch. Yes. All right, sweet. So let's see. Hermes agent, type your message or help for commands. Now, there should be a way of opening like a dashboard. I'm going to give this to, all right, it's installed. Is there a dashboard I can chat with Hermes? Okay, so we'll see what ChatGPT says. And then we'll open up a dashboard, hopefully, and then we can speak to it there and then configure it. Okay, so I'm opening up a new terminal. I'm going to, I want to use the dashboard. So that's the command to set up the dashboard. And then you got to do an SSH in and sort of tunnel into there to then access that dashboard locally. So copy this. You're going to do it from a PowerShell on your computer, and then you change the IP. So open up that PowerShell, paste that, and then grab your IP. Okay, so then once you have that, you should just be able to copy this. Boom. And we got our setup. Okay, so now I have I have this, and then I have the dashboard. Okay. So I have the dashboard up and the Hermes command setup. Should we set up Hermes first? Sol files and everything. All right, so what we'll need to do is configure what we want Hermes to be. Essentially, the Sol file. I'm assuming that it's the same as OpenClaw. Identity operating rules before it goes tests. Yes. Okay. Sold as the global identity file. For instance, it's meant for tone. Set up Hermes global Sol on the VPS nano. Add repo specific agent.md files. Each important repo should get an agent's MD. Start with okay. Give Hermes a safe first task. Then test Git branch behavior. Okay. So we'll do Sol file. Now I'm wondering if you can do that in here. Let's see. Or let's just ask it. Hey, Hermes, can we set up your Sol file? Okay, so I'm going to just ask and see what it has to say. Because since it is operating and has control, maybe it can set it up. I have I may use okay, so it's saying it has a baseline. Now I want to control what it's going to be. So I'm going to hit other. I'm going to type below. Now I'm going to have ChatGPT uh, rewrite sort of my soul from Pixel World for this. So I'm going to grab that. Okay, so I basically copied my soul file from Pixel World, and I want to augment it to this because it works really well with OpenClaw. And I'm essentially saying build with Pixel. It's going to be my founder and partner. It is an agent that helps users build infrastructure to create custom AI agents and apps and platforms. And I'm going to type this out. I'll sort of fast forward this, but I want to give ChatGPT it to create the Sol file, and then I'll give it to Hermes. Okay, so I created, as you can see, I created within opt pixel temp. Because this dashboard's a little bit different than OpenClaw, we'll figure that out later, but I'm going to create a file, nano sol.md. I'm going to paste my Sol information that I want in there. Now, save it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell Hermes, look at opt pixel temp, then the sol.md file. Use that, but give yourself your own name. My name is Julian, and your partner in the future will be Vox OpenClaw. Then tell me your name. Okay, so I'm gonna have a look at that file, take it, replace the Vox name with what name he wants to be called, and then him tell me his name. So let's see what it does. Okay, so he said that he's done. Atlas. I like it. That's a cool name. Okay, so took out user Julian. All right, cool. I found and used Soul. I installed an active Hermes file. I made two intentional changes. My name is now Atlas. Is your future open cloud partner again, so I won't claim to be Vox. I also required the unfinished code fence at the end of the source file. Okay, sweet. Awesome. Pleasure to meet you, Atlas. Do we need to restart before moving forward? Okay, let's see what it has to say. Oh, did I write the wrong thing? Oh, it said pleasure to meet you too, Juliana, and it's Atlas, not at last. No restart needed for the soul, and Hermes loads for new, so we can move forward now. Reset is only needed for things like tool set changes, some config changes, gateway changes, code changes to Hermes itself. For this identity persona, we're good. Awesome. So now I want to tie the GitHub branches to different agents. So GitHub storage is default. Okay, so it came back. ChatGPT came back saying to set up the agents like this, basically saying, "Hey, these are the repos, the rules of the repos, and it's gonna set up a file in there that the agent will read." Now, I want to augment this a little bit, so can we augment it and say for the agents can push to staging. They don't need to create a features branch unless asked. Um, we need to give descriptions to Hermes about the repos and what they are for. Rules for branch security. After creating the file, show me a summary of what change the commands I should run to review the diffs. Commit locally only if the repo has changes and the commit is safe. Do not push. Use this commit message. Then can we update this? Okay, so I'm essentially saying, hey, it's okay if the agents push to staging. Don't push to main. I want ChatGPT to also give a description of what each of these are so that Atlas knows. So we'll go through. Let's see. So private customer course repo for build it contains reusable scripts, docs, templates, Next.js starter. Perfect. Users who pay with may receive access to this repo. The repo should be clean, educational, reusable, and safe. Never include real tickets. Only include perfect. Infra. This is internal infrastructure repo contains VPS setups. Okay, perfect. Hermes, this is repo contains the Hermes Atlas agent runtime setup. Perfect. App. This is what we build the actual site on. N8N workflows. Make a repo governance file. So let push only to dev stage and then we can review. Okay, so I'm going to give this. Okay, and then within here, I'm going to create nano agents.md. Paste it in there. Control O. Control X. Atlas. Can I keep saying Atlas? Atlas, can you look at the temp folder for a file called agents.md? Read it and do a setup for the agents with it, for the agents for the repos. Let me know when you are done and what you have done. Okay, so it's going to read that file and then come back and tell me what it did. Okay, let's see what he came back with. I read Soul agents. Then I created repo level agents file for all the target repos. What I set up in each agent's repo purpose and audience, branch policy, global agents, approved working branch, notes for Atlas communication, branch plus commit status, add repo agent instruction, uncommitted changes for all of them. The repos had no commits yet on main, so I created the approved working branches locally. Starter kit dev, everything else staging. Sweet. I committed locally only. I did not push because the instructions say that if a required branch does not exist and I create it, what just happened? Okay, I don't know what caused that, but I just pressed tab and it stopped. I'll have to look into that, whatever causes that. Okay, so committed locally, I should ask before pushing the newly created branch. I also set repo local get identity in each repo so commits can work. Sweet. Review commands for all repos. To inspect one agent's commit. Approve pushing the new branch. The commands could be, okay, let's set those commands and do our first push and see if it goes through. All right, so I'm gonna have them push. I'll check GitHub. I'll see if those files are there, and then if they are, then that's great. Okay, now he came back and he said, Dungeon, first what happened? There was an issue. It fixed it, but it pushed. And what we could see is when we go to our repos. So if I go to GitHub and I go to repositories, let's just check app. So if I go to staging, and you could see that there has been a push or commit to staging, and it's asking to compare. So in staging, we have a new agents MD file, and so it pushed all of this, which is phenomenal. So it's able to push to staging, which will be great. And then what will happen is once we get into our app where we were, we can tie that with Cloudflare, and on a commit to staging, it will auto build through Cloudflare, and then that's when we can look at our site through staging and all that, which is awesome. Okay, cool. Okay, so now we're gonna say, okay, Atlas was able to push to GitHub and commit to the staging branch with everything. Now, what should I tell it to do? We have our startup script for bootstrapping. We have infra, Hermes runtime, and app setup. No N8N workflows just yet. What should we tell it to do to get these populated? We can hold off on app and N8N. App we will do when the others are good. Okay, so basically I'm telling ChatGPT, hey, we got it populated. It was able to push. Now, what should I say for Hermes runtime, infra, and starter kit? Starter kit's going to be for build with Pixel. So that's going to be like core structure and things that I can give users whenever they sign up to get them baseline started to get them going. I'd focus on these 3-star kit and okay, hold off on, yep, paste this. Okay, so okay, inspect these. We're not working on the app repo yet. Goal, populate the foundation repo so build with Pixel has a clean internal infrastructure repo. Clean Hermes runtime repo. Global rules. Do not read, print, copy, modify. Yeah. Purpose. Internal build with pixel infrastructure operations repo. Populate it with README, Bootstrap, scripts, Docker, Nginx docs. Okay, cool. Real existing scripts from where appropriate, but sanitize anything that should not be public or reused blindly. The info repo is internal, but still do not include secrets. Great. Okay, starter kit, private customer course repo for build with pixel users. Populate it. Scripts, Bootstrap base, Docker, compose examples, Supabase, docs. Beautiful. Make this repo educational reusable. Do not include internal only references that would confuse users. All right, so I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna go to temp, and I'm gonna do nano update repos.md. Gonna paste all of that. Remove the temp.md in the repos. That was just for initial repo build. Control O, save, Control X. And then here, Atlas, can you look at the update repos.md file in temp and follow its instructions? Okay, and then what we're going to have to do is I'm going to have to figure out a way to not do that, where I have to create a file, have it read it, then do it. I'll have to figure out the dashboard, because the dashboard's set up similar. It's got like a terminal set up, and I can't see what I'm pasting in there, so I don't want it to if I paste a bunch, it to miss something. The same with here. So we'll have to figure that out. But we'll let that process and then see what happens. Okay. So it went through, found my file that I wrote, updated all the staging. So let's check staging. Let's go to those two weren't done. Let's do runtime. And then if we go to staging, look at that. Everything updated, Hermes install, provider setup. All right. Okay, so that's all set up. Now, I don't like this whole me typing here bit. So I'm going to try something. I want to use this dashboard. So this kind of stuff. So I'm going to give it a link. I'm going to see if it can do everything by itself. It'll be a good little test. Hey, Atlas, I want to update you to where you use this dashboard. Keep in mind, we want your runtime updated just in case we need to revert, etc. Can you get this all set up for me? And then tell me how to tunnel and view the dashboard. All right, so send it to the link. Let's see if it can look at it, see what it needs to do, update staging, and then get it installed and see if we're able to update the dashboard so we don't have to be looking at the terminal like this. All right, let's see what it said. I set up Hermes Web UI, updated Hermes runtime, so we have rollback setup nodes committed, installed it, current checkout's running on, bound to your local host. No secrets were printed. It's currently running. So I need to tunnel in. So let me do that. Let me go to the correct. Which one's my local? 1 second. I'm going to try this one. Take this. You're going to change your server host or IP. And then open this. I'm going to wait for it to actually connect. Let's see if that works. Oh, boom. Okay, so the other shell. Okay, cool. Look at that. That's pretty sweet. Master 11 updates. I mean, I guess update now, huh? Let's see. All right. So now, let's put this to the side. Let's look at this. Chat, tasks, Kanban, skills. Okay, all skills, memory, spaces, op pixel repos. Cool. Profiles. Okay. To-dos, insights, logs. Okay, well, let's just see. Hey, Atlas, can you tell me what we just did? And then we have default. Okay, we got profiles, different work trees. We have our, okay, so you can configure your other models. Pretty sweet. Okay. And then, yeah, that shows how much. Okay, so let's see what he said. What did we just do? We just finished setting up Sol Atlas identity operating rules for the environment from the recent session. Defined me as Atlas. Anchored my role around helping you build, debug, document, and ship AI infrastructure safely. Captured the build with Pixelworld mission, teaching real production-oriented AI systems. Documented the core, set strong rules around secrets, hygienes. Vox is your future open cloud partner agent while I am Atlas, not Vox. Added durable memory so I remember the key facts and a preference for secret. Man, we gave Hermes a proper operating identity safe model. Look at that. All right. So now, what moving forward, like right now, we have to just tunnel in. So remember what you do locally through the PowerShell of tunneling in and then accessing this locally. Now, that's super safe, of course. In the future, I'm going to want to access it from like my phone. So what we could do is set up either a subdomain, put some rules on it, like zero trust, so that only you can log in and lock it down, but then you can access it from everywhere. But just be careful. You never want people to get that login information. You don't want prompt injections, all that good stuff. But we got Hermes set up. This is pretty sweet. So the next thing we'll do is on the next episode, we'll start setting up our app. So I'll set up the base Next.Js framework for Cloudflare. We'll tie it to GitHub. And then whenever Hermes commits, it will go to GitHub staging. We'll set up a custom domain based off our domain. And then whenever it's committed, it will build. And then we could see the site through our staging window or link. Cool. All right. Well, that was great. We'll see you in the next episode. Peace. All right, you got Hermes set up. This is where it gets really fun. Once you get it all connected with all your tech stack, you're going to love it. You truly are. You're going to be able to ask for a feature and it'll go through, see what's already built, especially if you once you get into memory layers and all that. And baby, you will be flying. Keep at it. If you like this content, like and subscribe. You got this. Keep going. Welcome back. Episode 5. Here we go. All right. So we got Hermes set up. We have GitHub set up. Now we need to start setting up Supabase, our database. So essentially, our database is where our tables, our schema is for the data that we're collecting, your storage buckets, all that good stuff. So this is where we create tables. We do user auth. That's how people sign in. You can get their profile, any type of data that you want to use and manipulate. And this later can be tied with N8N, of course, your front end. N8N, you could set up automations that feeds data into Supabase, which then is tied to your front end. And then you can have agents query that information. So we'll be going over, secrets and variables, what you should never show. You never show your secrets. And then we'll get into setting up this with staging and main. Staging will be driven by our Hermes agent. And then main is where we'll populate and transform our schema from staging into main. And then that will be tied with our other VPS machine, which won't have an agent. So you have two separate stagings. And it's essentially tied to GitHub too. So you know how we have GitHub with staging and main. So you have to think about that as with your database as well. So you have a staging database. That's where you do all your tests. That's where Hermes is going to be connected to so that you have full control. You can have your N8N workflows connected to. You do all your dev within that staging. You make sure it's all good. And then when it is good, you push to main. And when GitHub pushes to main, it then builds in Cloudflare and then looks at the tables within the main production and then will be tied to your VPS machine for anything running in the background, like your N8N automations. So this will be where we're setting up Supabase, Cloudflare, the connections between, and then doing the initial build of our Next.Js framework for the front end. And then that'll have like libraries and a client and server set up within it for how the front end reads from the back end, and also how clients view and what kind of data do we send to the server and to just the client and all that back and forth. All right, so we're on Supabase. So we want to sign in with our domain login that we created. Let's connect with GitHub, which we're signed in with that account. So we'll authorize Supabase. Now, you'll connect all this, and then that will help later with then we'll connect GitHub in terms of when it does builds and how it connects with Supabase and Hermes and all that good stuff. Okay, so I'm going to put in build with Pixel. We'll do personal, and we'll start off with free. Now, when setting up main, this will set up the main production. We're going to want a staging environment. I believe that costs like $10 a month, but we'll get into that. So update your schema and code, push it into GitHub. We'll connect this later once we get into that. Let's just set up all the project. Organization, and then we could just, I'm going to change this to just build with Pixel. Now put in a very strong password. I always choose my own. America's data API automatically expose new tables. I would do, I mean, for since you're new, RLS, and we'll get into this, are policies for your tables. Who can view, who can insert, who can delete. And these tables is what drives your front end and what the user can see and what they have access to. So that you don't want to have one you don't want someone, a user, to be able to access another user's table information. And that's what policies do. They've let you insert, select, delete, update, all that good stuff. So for now, we'll just enable automatically. You can always change that later. But that's when we'll start using like SQL to drive your tables and settings, which ChatGPT is very good at. So first, I'm going to change this brightness because it destroys my eyes. Where do I do that at? That is here. Okay. Classic dark. Okay, so initial overview of Supabase. You have main. Up here is your essentially your project, your branch of your project. So this is main. Now, we don't want main. We're going to want staging that's going to be tied to our staging environments for GitHub and Hermes. Now, okay, so it's building right now. So we'll let it build, and I'll just go over some information. So within the settings, you'll see your project name, your project ID. Now this will be tied to your URLs. So this is like a key variable that we will put into Cloudflare that says, hey, we're using this URL, direct all of our tables and information that we get to this URL. So that's that, and you'll see that later on. And then we'll come back whenever this all populates, and then we'll go over more information. Okay, so it's all built. So right now, again, we're in main. Table editor, this is where we'll create our tables and essentially give it columns of what kind of data you want. We'll go to that SQL editor. This is basically command line for if you want to use commands. And I do this a lot with ChatGPT. I want to say like, hey, I want to create a table for this. It gives me the SQL, put in here. It creates the tables, the RLS policies, all that good stuff. And then you have like storage. You can use storage for files. You can create a bucket. So if like people were creating images through your site or video files, you would create a bucket to where when they're created, it goes into that bucket for that user. Edge functions are functions that can be utilized from the front end or called upon to activate through Supabase. And then if you go into authentication, so essentially in here we will set up like Google Auth. There's all different types of authentication you can do. We're going to start simple and do Google Auth. In URL configuration, this is where we'll set up our site URL for staging and for our main site. Again, it will be done for each environment. And then this is providers. And we'll go through all this, but this is basically the overview. I would look into it. We're not going to go over every single thing in Supabase because it's quite a lot, but we'll go through the essentials of how we get it all hooked up. So right now we're on main. Now, I don't want to do anything on main because we don't even have our VPS for main set up. We want to get staging all the way there. And then once we're happy with staging, we'll set up the VPS machine and then populate our data from and our schema from staging to main. So I want to go in here and I want to create a branch. Now you got to upgrade to Pro. So go ahead and do that. And then we'll come back. Okay, so we upgraded. So I'm going to go to create branch. I'm going to call this staging build with pixel. Now we're going to configure this with our staging branch for our app. So I'm going to sync with GitHub, connect with GitHub, and then continue. Authorize. And then we'll let that. Okay, so I'm going to choose the repository. I'm going to add. We got to pick our organization. Now, I only want to select. Let's make sure you can see this. I only want to select the ones that I need for the front end, which is going to be my app. So I don't need Hermes Runtime Infra N8 Starter Kit. I need my app. So that's going to be our web app. And then install and authorize. Now I have an authorization, which everyone should do. So if you don't have this, you just move on. Okay, so you click on this. Now this is something that we're on. This integration is within main. So I'm going to leave this. I'm not going to enable this integration yet. I want to go back to staging. So let's go create branch. We'll go staging dash build with pixel. And then, of course, do your own name. I'm not going to do this just yet. And then create branch. Again, this creates the staging branch. Now, one thing that's crucial, and this got me a couple months ago, is within Supabase, when you create a branch like this, it's not persistent right away, meaning once you merge to main, it will wipe the branch. So you need to make sure you go to manage branches, staging, build with pixel, manage branches, and switch to persistent. Let's make sure you can see this. Switch to persistent. Now, that means this staging branch is always going to be active. You'll see up here it changed. Now we're in the staging, no tables, nothing set up. Now, there's a few things that you should be aware of. Now, when we get into building our app and populating the repo, you're going to have variables. You're going to have your Supabase anon key, which is public, your URL, which is public, and then your service role key, which will essentially overwrites anything. And when that's used, that has access to everything within Supabase, within your project. Now, you never show that stuff. You never hard code it, never give it to anyone. Now, you can view those within project settings, or I'm sorry, yeah, API keys. If you go to legacy, you can see your anon key, and it's this long key, and then your service role. Don't ever reveal. I mean, you can reveal it to copy it on your own time, but don't ever give that to anyone. But we'll go over more of those type stuff or those situations. Okay, so now we have Supabase set up. Now I want to get into Cloudflare and I want to set up our worker. And then I'm going to tell Hermes, hey, here's our worker. I want to populate the repo. We have a staging environment and main. I want to populate staging with a base structure for Supabase setup, authorization, and then Cloudflare. So let's go through that. Okay, so now this is where I would recommend transitioning from using ChatGPT to now using Hermes, your agent. Now, of course, have ChatGPT up. It's always good to validate and feed off each other. So you're going to use, because right now you should have ChatGPT 5.5 hooked up to your agent. So it's basically the same thing as ChatGPT here. Now, in right now I use mine as Kimmy is the main, and I use ChatGPT 5.5 within it as sort of a validator, verifier, as well as one that Kimmy goes to whenever there's extreme coding tasks and all that. So now I went through and I said, "Hey, we've set up our Supabase environment. We've we have our build commands, um, variables that we're going to, or build commands that we're going to put in, the branch control, compatibility flags, and then now I want you to set up a game plan for me for custom domain and all that, so we can prep this." Now within Cloudflare, if we're in the, and I'll come back to this, like if we go back to the workers, we're going to set up our worker. Now, essentially, I have, you know, Herm or Atlas, give me a setup. We have these commands that we're going to set up. We have to set that up in our worker, and we need to tie it to GitHub. Okay, we're going to create an application in workers and pages. If you need to search for it, just search over there, workers and pages, go there, create application. I'm going to continue with GitHub. Now, it's the same process that you did in Supabase with connecting your GitHub. Connect to your app repo. So I'm connecting to this. Project name, I'm going to say build with pixel staging. The build command, I'm going to use this. And I've prepped Hermes with this. Deploy command, I'm going to use that. Now, this is just for staging, so I don't need non-production branches because this is the non-production branch. I'm going to set this to web because that's going to be the folder within the repo that it pulls everything from. And then all of that is fine. Now I'm going to hit deploy. Now what's going to happen is it's going to try to build this. Now it's not going to build properly because there's no code, but that's fine. I just want to get it going and get it set up. So we'll go over this a bit in a little bit, but we'll go to settings. And what in here, I need to change the compatibility date to 2025 401. And then the compatibility flags to what is it? It is Node.js compat. Now these are, I honestly don't know exactly what these do, but I believe it just ties with how the framework is built when Cloudflare does build everything. So we have the build, the deploy, where it's pulling it from. Branch, we don't want main, we want staging, since this is our staging worker. And then, and we'll get into variables later. Now, we need to make a custom domain for this to where it's going to like staging.build with pixel.com, where we can see it online. So I want to add domain. Now, you can see this says pending. What you may notice is if you go to overview, I bought this through Cloudflare. I would think that it would propagate fine, but it's asking me to replace our name servers with this. Now, go through that process. Make sure that you follow the instructions in this. You'll have to go into your DNS records if you're pulling your domain from somewhere else and swap the name server in there. So if I go to DNS records, you'll see down here that my name servers match. So what it's doing is Cloudflare is checking if my name servers match so that the domain works. So you'll have to make sure that's all good. Once that is good, then in here, so I'm gonna add domain, it's pending, but it's gonna be a custom domain, and it's gonna be staging dot build. Okay, so it already has it. So just staging and then my domain. I'm going to click that. Now that's where we're going to go and where this is going to deploy to. Then make sure within here in Supabase, if you're at home, you go to authentication and then URL configuration. You want to set what that custom domain is, because that's where you're going to for this persistent staging branch. And then you want to set up your redirect URLs. Now, that's essentially whenever you go through the auth process of signing in, all of that is going to redirect you back to this staging environment. Same if you were to do it locally. I don't really mess locally. I do everything within staging now, so it's just up to you. But that's essentially the redirect rules and all that. Now for variables, you're going to have a .env file. That's where everything's held for variables like your URL, your anon key, your service role key, any variables you create throughout the process. Now, you don't want that sent to GitHub because you don't want people to accidentally get access and have control over your environments. So you don't want to show that to anyone. You don't want to record that. You don't want to give that to anyone. That's got to stay. And you want to git ignore that will ignore those files when they get pushed. And we'll set that up and I'll show you. Okay. We have variables that we'll need to put into the build and runtime. But we don't up here, but we're not quite there yet. We will get to that. We set up the service role or the URL configuration. All right, so now we need to go into the Google console and do the URL configuration there. So I'm going to throw this over here so we can see both. And we're going to go to google.console.com, I believe. Just Google, and then you can type Google console. I always forget okay. And then cloud.google.console. Okay, go to your console. We're going to log in. All right. So we're going to select, agree and continue. We're going to select a project. And, whoops, we'll do new project name. We'll do build with Pixel. Oh, we have to, okay, maybe we have to create the organization first. So go through the verification, your information, we'll start free. All right, we want to go to API and services, OAuth consent screen, get started, build with Pixel, next, audience, we'll do internal, at build with pixel.com. Next, I agree, continue, create. Okay. Now we need to create a client So we go to client, create client, and you're going to say web application, build with Pixel. And then here is where we need to put our authorized JavaScript URLs. So for mine's the staging. And then if you want the local host, you do that. And then Cloudflare worker URL. No, we don't need to do that because I'm just going to use the staging. And then the authorized redirect. So this is your callback. So essentially, you take this, and this is your callback, your Supabase project ref. Let's make sure you can see that. Is your ref is when you go to project settings, is this project ID. So you take that, replace that, and then that's your callback for your authorized redirect. Now, this is where when you sign in, it's going to say, "Hey, you're signing in." This is as a user, it's going to say, "Hey, you're signing into this." Now, when we get further, we're going to change this to a custom domain so that it's not this. We want it to say "build with Pixel," but for now, this is fine, and it's staging. So we'll create that. Okay, so within here, you have variables that you're given. Now, this is going to be put into Supabase. So I'm going to save these. You got to save these somewhere safe. I'm going to put it over here, but I'm going to copy this and save it as my client ID. And then I'm going to copy this and save it as my client secret. And then hit OK. Now I need to take that and I need to go to authentication, sign in providers. Okay, we want new users to sign up. Confirm email. I don't think I don't need a confirmation email. I'm gonna save that. Now we're gonna do Google. I just want users with Google for now. You can you can change this as you go, but we're just gonna do Google. So I'm gonna just turn that off. And then I want to turn on Google. Now, enable sign in with Google. This is where you put your client ID and your client secret. And then your callback. This is what we put in. So you need to match within here your callback down here. Now we'll customize this later, but go ahead and put in your client ID and your secret off there. Okay, now we want to set up variables. So point me to where our environment file live so that I can store them. Okay, so we want to be able to go in, and what we're going to do is, and I'll bring up a sort of text file of what you should do, and then I'll also show you on Cloudflare how you should have these variables set up. Now, I'm not going to be doing local work, but if you wanted to use localhost and all that, you would go to where your app is, and then you create the .env.local file. I'm not going to do that because I don't use local, but we will be setting it up in Cloudflare. And so we'll set up all of these. Now we're going to need to do it at build time for these public ones. So let's go to variables in Cloudflare. We'll do variable name. So we need the site URL. Now that's essentially your staging site. We'll add that. Now these are fine to see. These are public ones, so they don't need to be encrypted. And then we have the URL. Now this will you're going to have to replace it with your Supabase right here. Let's make sure that you guys can see. Okay, we want to replace that. Just in case you didn't see, I just went to here, staging, next public site URL. Okay, and then we're going to want to do the anon key. Now this is public, but there's no good in showing it, so I'm just going to move this over for a little bit just to put it in, and then same with this, and I'll move it back in just one sec. Now remember, you go to API keys, legacy, and then you copy this one. It's going to give you a big string. So copy that. Actually, I don't need to hide it because it doesn't show the whole key. So copy that, and then we can go back to the project overview. And then within here, paste it, save. You'll see it populate down here. And then you want to do, this is what tells it we're in the staging environment. Now, we're going to add these to runtime as well. So add, we want to do text, variable name. I know for future stuff that I'm going to use the Supabase service key. So that one would be called, go to projects, API keys, legacy, service role secret. So it'd be, let me see if it actually, service role key. Now this is a secret. We don't want anyone to see it. And then what you do is in here, you reveal, copy that, and put it into it. So I'm gonna reveal, copy, and then that's a secret, deploy. All right. So, and you see how it's encrypted, so you're not able to see it. So now let's go home there. We'll just bring this back. Okay, so now we're ready for Atlas to deploy the code. So essentially said, hey, we're ready for the framework. I've set up the variables. We want to set up the framework so that everything is secure. We describe what your platform is. It knows that I'm going to be building an agent that's going to help users build this type of framework, so that it can take that into account before, to also for debugging and console errors and stuff, to have like a variable that we can set up to where we can do it on staging, but then it can be deactivated in production. Never to pass variables through the front end. Make sure we're ultra tight and secure. And then also for it to give me the game plan. So then it's going to give me the game plan based off that. Then I'm going to have a look at it, tell it to commit staging, and we can see if all of our connections work. If they work, that's great. If they don't, then we'll debug and see where we need to fix. All right, so it came back and it gave me everything that it's going to go through. Now, I'm not going to go through all of this, but it's basically going through what we said. So essentially, the build settings that we provided, secret boundary, I made that priority number one. I don't want any variable secrets that are important to get passed through the front end. Don't want users to see that. That would be bad. Um, it's provided the structure that it's going to do. An example for the .env files. Once this goes to the starter kit, what needs to be in Cloudflare. Um, we will be adding this debug console. So I added that. You can see that here, right here. I have it for true in staging so that we can debug. And then in production, it gets turned off. It has a gated setup for that console too, that debug console. Um, Security for authorization, how the server.ts file is going to be set up, auth flow, the landing page. What else do we got here? The Cloudflare config based off of what we initially set. A script to make sure that this is a big thing. We're creating a script to protect ourselves so that nothing goes through that shouldn't go through. But that's essentially it. So then what we're going to do is we're going to say, yeah, let's do it. Let's move forward. Let's move forward and get our first app set up and the repo committed so we can test the build. All right. I'm going to refresh that real quick. It looked like it was compacting. And then send that again. Now it's going to go through, set it up, and then I'll come back if there's any errors. We'll check them out and fix them. All right, so it he set it up. Now, as you can see, we posted to he committed to staging, and then that activated this build in progress on Cloudflare. So it's going through. It built the application. Now it's deploying to our staging domain. Uh, so that's the beauty of like having a staging environment, having Hermes connected to it, it auto deploying to Cloudflare. So now everything was a success. So this went through on the first try, first go. So now what we can do is we can go up here, type staging dot build with pixel.com. Internal server error. That's not good. So what we got to do is we got to debug this. So and that could be just with a let's just give this straight to Atlas. But first I want to see what it said it did. And I'm guarantee it's something to do uh with maybe our custom domain, something probably not to do with the framework and all that. But let me see what Atlas said. So first scaffolding is done. App staging push, which we know because we saw it building. It built fine, which is great. Server only. I bet you it's a Cloudflare setting. The be only displays safe metadata. Matches, yeah. Around the placeholder non-secret environment values. Pass environment values type check pass. Beautiful. Before commit. NPM audit reports a current moderate advisory through Next OpenX dependency chain. This suggested would downgrade breakneck, so I did not force it. We should keep an eye on package updates after Cloudflare build proves stable. Okay. For you in Cloudflare trigger. Okay, maybe I didn't have. So I have the URL. Okay, I'm missing Supabase, public Supabase. Let's see our variables. Update inner repo to keep settings consistent on regular. We will auto generate a PR to fix this after the build. Oh, I think that's because the name. So there's something. Okay, so something happened with the Wrangler overwrote our variables and secrets. So I'm going to tell it. I get this. All right, I get this. I have these set to build time. They are cut off because I copied and pasted. But our variables and secrets got wiped out. Is that because of the Wrangler file? Um, what needs to be set in variables and secrets first before we recommit? And I get this when going here. So I get internal server error when going here. Okay, so we'll see. Now this is fine. This is the non-key. Like you see that in public, anyways. Um, we'll see. We'll see what caused the issue. All right, let's see what Atlas has to say. Push the fix. Okay, so it's got a build in progress. Wrangler treats Wrangler JSON as the source truth of worker config. Custom domain. Dashboard variables, but our local Wrangler did not include those variables on the root. So when Cloudflare ran that, will override the remote. That is why your dashboard variables look wiped again. This was not because of Supabase. It was because the deploy command was overriding. Okay, so all right, so I need to re-input all those things again. So this isn't going to work because I need those variables again. So I'm going to update those variables. Again, you go to your settings, update them here, redeploy, ask Hermes to redeploy, and then we'll check it out. Okay, so I re-put in all these. I asked Atlas to recommit. It just pushed, and as you can see, there's a new build in progress. So we'll let this build, and then I'll see if there's any errors. If that fixed the problem, if it didn't, we'll problem solve and figure it out. All right, so it completed. So let's give it a go. Dot build with pixel.com. Oh, we got somewhere. All right, let's try reload. So it looks like something's there, but something's happening. Okay, so uncut error, missing required public environment variable, next public site URL. So let's check next public site URL. It's there. Maybe next public site URL. Okay, so we'll copy that. Let's get that entire error, throw it in here. We get this error now. However, I have that variable set within Cloudflare. What is causing this? Okay, and then, okay, so let's see what Atlas has to say. This is better. So now the site is there. Now there's something on the back end. There could be some code that is a little off. I'm not quite sure, but we'll see what Atlas has to say. But then now we know that our workers working, our site is deployed. Now we just need to figure out these little errors. Okay, so Atlas is getting back to me. As you can see, the site is redeploying. So let's see what it has to say. Root cause found and fixed. It was not Cloudflare lacking the variable. The bug was in our client env helper. The lookup works in node server context, but Next.js only inlines browser environment variables when they are referenced statically. So in the browser bundle, this failed. Even though Cloudflare is set, that is why the browser showed. Okay, so I updated the client.ts file. Commit pushed. Okay, then with safe tested, verified. All right. No real secrets. We're committed. For they must be available at build time. Oh, they need to be okay. Okay, so I have those at runtime, but I need those variables also at build time. Okay, so we need to go down here. We have app environment, public site URL, public Supabase, a non-key. We need this, which is true. Don't need to encrypt it. This, which is build with pixel. So I'll add that. Build with pixel. Let's make sure it's spelled the same. Build with pixel. And then this, which is tagline. Now these variables, it added them in. It's for my startup kit where someone could put their app name and tagline, and then it'll include it. You don't necessarily need that. Okay, can you recommit? I just updated variables. All right, so then we're going to do it again. It's going to recommit. It'll push a deployment, and then we could see what it does. All right, we're back. It built, so let's give it a go. We'll do a hard refresh. Woo, would you look at that? All right, we got it all set up. We got a little debugger here. Oh, that's pretty sweet. Okay, we can see what, okay, open dashboard doesn't go to a page. That could be because we're not signed in. Sign in with Google. Okay. Only be used within its, oh, because I set it to internal on the Google OAuth. So, okay, so that's something we need to go back to here. Okay, so we got this access block because when we set up our Google Cloud Console, we set it to internal. So go to audience, make external. Please choose the publishing status of your external app. App still in development. Your app will only be available to users to you add to list in production. Okay, so in production, because we want other users. Now you could set that to um, uh, you could set that to just internal if you want, and then switch that over. I'm just going to make mine on because there's nothing. No one's going to do anything in this site. There's nothing to get. Okay, the user cap limits the number of users grant permission to your app before requesting unapproved sensitive or restrictive scopes. Okay, and then let's go back to staging. What do we build with pixel.com? Okay, so what happened there? Oh, I didn't put a period. Okay, and then sign in with Google. Boom. All right. So now this goes back to what I was saying with it's going to look like the Supabase callback URL. And that comes from if you go to here, this is where it's putting here. So we're going to change that later, and we'll create a custom domain, which will be in here, right here, custom domain. It's an extra fee, but essentially, whenever you go to production, you want people to see choose an account to continue to build with Pixel, not this Supabase link, because then they're going to be like, is this a scam or whatever? But for testing, it's perfectly fine. So I'll go with, oh, never mind. Go back. Let's do that again. Staging dot build with pixel.com. Sign with Google. We'll use the one I'm using right now. Continue. Boom. And then there's the dashboard. All right. So there you have it. Look at that. We have Supabase hooked up. We have our agent that created the framework, pushed it to GitHub, deployed to Cloudflare, and then now we have our first basis of construction for our front end that's tied to Supabase staging, our staging, and our agent. Pretty sweet stuff. Now that we have this hooked up, I want Hermes Atlas to be able to create tables, schema, manipulate our staging environment project within Supabase. So within here, hey, Atlas, what do I need to give you so you have full control of our Supabase staging to create schema, tables, buckets, etc. Now, most likely, you could do this multiple ways. Again, this comes back to dealing with a staging environment and dealing with a main production. I am totally fine giving Atlas full on control to our staging environment. That's the beauty of having agent running all this stuff. It minimizes time of completing. When you get to main, of course, you don't want that access. That's why you put main on a different VPS with no agent and then propagate stuff over. So for this, I'm fine with it having access to variables and stuff on the computer. It has full access to the VPS. So I just need to let it know or I need to tell it, I need the Atlas to tell me what it needs to have full control. I'll put those variables in that spot and then we can test. So let's see what Atlas has to say. Staging to create schema, all that stuff. The clean step is stage only credential bundles stored on the VPS, not pasted into chat. Do not paste the actual values here. Okay. So in Pixel Secrets app Supabase, so I'm going to I don't need that. This, I'm going to go to that repo. I'm going to first check. I don't believe I have any secrets there right now, but I just want to check. List. Okay, so I just have Hermes and okay. So within here, I have Hermes and an N8N, and that's where my secrets are. It wants me to create a so it wants me to make the directory, the app directory. So this will be for, copy that. Okay, and then I'm gonna do this. Now that brings up this. Now inside that folder, we're gonna put all this stuff in here. This right here is what we'll get from the connection up here. And I believe we want to use direct session pooler. Yeah. here, and then your password, and your password's your database password for Supabase. But so what we'll do is I'm going to copy this stuff, paste it in here. Now I'm going to change it. Let me just read through this first. I'll change it and then we'll test. Okay, what it gives them: CLI operations, direct SQL work. So SQL is within here. Basically, it can create commands and do stuff to manipulate tables and RLS policies, all that kind of stuff. Service role key is basically admin rights. Okay, once that file exists, I could safely install, configure Supabase CLI if needed, link repos app and starter kit to Supabase staging, create migrations under repo source control, create schemas, policies, buckets, see data, verify and on authenticate commit. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so then even if it would give me a full stage, I will not print or reveal. Good. I don't want to ever print staging like crucial environment variables. Minimum credentials I need. Okay, so we'll go ahead and I'm going to update this file, do the same, and then come back. All right. So what you need to know is for the access token, you have to go to your profile. You go to account preferences, access token, and you can generate a new token here. Then that's one of the variables you put in. The When you go to staging, within here for the Postgres, I'm trying direct session pooler, and then you copy this connection string, and then you just replace with your database password. Now, if you forget what your database password is, you change that by just you go to database settings, and you can reset your database password there. So I'm gonna give I'm gonna give Atlas that set of where are we at? I'm gonna give them all of this. So access token was through your user profile, the service role key, you know where to get that, all this stuff, database password, and then this. Now you change this. I'm gonna see if mine works, but we'll verify based off that. Okay, all set and placed. Can you tell me if you have access, and can you create a temp table for me to see and verify everything works? So we'll see if Atlas is able to control tables within here. All right, so let's see what it has to say. I have a working access to Supabase staging for database operations. The temp table. Let's check it out. Look at that. Created a table. Atlas staging, Supabase verification row. Look at that. Okay. Secrets exist. I do not print any secrets. Temp table created. Columns. Verification result pass connected to staging. All that good stuff. You should be able to see it in Supabase. No public policies. That means it exists. Service role key also works. Verified. Okay, that passed. It's not for this staging project. Oh, I may have done that under the other project. Let's see. Okay, so I'll double check that. Huh. Yeah. Supabase management API CLI token does not have stage and project access. Okay, so I need to check that. That's my token. That would be maybe I was, if you look at here, let's make sure you can see. If I go to account preferences, account access, I'll have to look into that. I'm not sure. Maybe that's only allowed for the main, but we'll see. Okay, what this means, I can already create beautiful handle storage and min operations with the service role key 2. Okay, so I need to fix that CLI token. Access from Supabase account that owns or has access to the staging project. And then I just need to replace this. Okay. Okay, so it's currently readable. When you have a terminal with sudo access tighten it. Okay, so I'm going to do that. So I'm going to go to here. Whoops. 1 sec. I'm going to bring this up and I'm going to lock this down a little bit more. Copy. And then copy. All right. Okay, so then now I need to check out that CLI. So I'm going to do that real quick. I'll be right back and give you guys an update. All right, so I figured it out with ChatGPT. Essentially, I was talking with ChatGPT and just saying like, why isn't my access token work for the staging persistent branch? And I guess it's because it's a branch under main, and so Atlas was trying to view it in a different way. But knowing that we have our main branch and then there's a branch underneath, we fixed it, and then so we updated our environment variables with this so that it knows the project reference for the staging and the main. And then we'll create. I'm going to create a doc Supabase branching from this. So with that said, we essentially have we we have Hermes Atlas hooked up to Supabase. So now whenever you're designing your agent or whatever you want from your web platform, you can have your agent design the table schema, the profiles, the edge functions, all that good stuff, and have access to Supabase to implement that. And then you could do all your tests on staging. And then when you're ready to go to production, you just migrate that schema to production, and we'll do that. Um, but that's it for today. I know that was a lot, but that's a big what we just did was it's huge. We have our agent tied to our staging domain with Supabase. Now we can get into the good stuff where we just tell Hermes what we want to build. It will do all the building, and then we could set it up to where it tests and does all that. So we could set up a local environment so it's able to test locally and then push committed to staging. We look at it and just create a nice little cycle. So very cool. And I look forward to the next episode. All right. Peace. Okay, you got the staging set up. You got your Next.js hooked up. You're starting to get Hermes hooked into everything. You guys are getting close. Keep going. All right. I know this is a lot of information. It's a ton, but the more you do it, the better you'll get at it. Refer back to the documents if you have them, the blueprints. Now start feeding Hermes all that good stuff, all that. You want it to have an underlying understanding of your infrastructure. All right, let's move on to the next episode. Keep it going. All right, welcome back. On the last episode, we had Hermes hooked up to GitHub to be able to create the framework for Next.Js. We gave it control to Supabase, and we set up our deployment within our Cloudflare worker. So today, now we're going to check if Hermes has full control over our staging environment. And by full control, I mean it has the ability to, when I request a feature, it can go through the steps, create the tooling for the feature, deploy it, look at logs, and then is able to fix and adjust on that. There's one thing that we'll be going over later on, which is a goal feature where basically you give Hermes a goal and it'll work through it. And I want to make sure it has everything that it needs so that it can go through that goal and then able to look at logs, errors, all that good stuff so that it can fix itself and build on itself. So with that said, let's get started. All right. So first, what I want to do is I want to ask Atlas, what do I need to do to give it access to Cloudflare CLI? So what is, how do I give you access to Cloudflare with scoped terms for CLI? And then it'll give me some it'll break it down for me, and then I'm sure I haven't done this portion before, but we're going to figure it out together. But I'm sure it's going to give me a token that I can put scoped parameters on for what I want to give it access to, and then we'll test. All right, so let's read through this. So already present on the VPS first, then I'll give you the safe scope token setup. I won't print. Okay, Wrangler's not globally installed, but npx Wrangler works and reports version 4.92. Okay. The safest way to give access to Cloudflare scope for stage and worker, then store it on the VPS outside Git. Yep, we know that. Okay. Create a scope Cloudflare API token. So API tokens. So I need to go to, let's bring up, we're going to bring up Cloudflare, and then we got to go to dashboard. Let's do a search, maybe API. Count API tokens. Okay, so create a token. Now, I want to give it scoped permissions. For the first version, I'd make this stage and worker operator access, not full account admin. That's right. Use these permissions. Account settings read. So let's do account settings read. We'll do workers scripts edit. Workers scripts edit. Let's do edit and read. Workers tail read. Okay, if Cloudflare shows workers permission under slightly different labels, the important ones are, okay, we got that. Zone permissions for, okay, so we'll do zone. Okay, so there's no zone. DNS. We'll do read, and read. We don't want the agent to mess with DNS records, but I want it to have visibility so that if it mentions something to me, I can change it. Okay. Scope the resources. So includes, what's that? Set your Pixelworld Cloudflare account only. When Cloudflare asks for resources, scope the zone resources set to zone only. Okay, we're gonna give this a try. So then I changed the edit this to specify domains, and I was able to go to zones and set the zones to read. So then we're going to review token. Okay, no expiration. Now, for expiration on tokens, it's wise to have expiration. It's just so that like after like if you set it for a month, it'll expire. Then you have to reform a new one. It's just to keep your tokens clean, just in case someone gets access to it. Okay, so we have account settings read, workers script, we have write, and tail we have read, and then the scripts read to, DNS view read, and then the zones. So then we'll create token. Okay, now that we have the token, make sure you save that, put that somewhere safe. We're going to create the directory for this token. So we're going to create this. And then when you list, you'll see that it's now there. So we're going to cd into Cloudflare. And then we're going to create this file, nano. And then you're going to paste all this in here. And then you're going to swap out what your API token is, your account ID, the zone name, and then the worker name. So make sure you look at your zone name and your worker name and then replace all that stuff. And then we'll move on from there and we'll lock it down and all that good stuff. All right, now that that's saved and put in, so let's just go ahead and lock it down. What is this? If ownership needs fixing? No, we don't need to do that. Okay, verify without exposing the token. After saving the file, let's run that. Okay, you are logged in with your account API token associated with account info@pixworld.com. Read from the cloud AirFry token account ID. I'll blur that out. Boom. Okay, cool. So then now that gives Cloudflare access. So what we can do now is I can do a test and make sure that it works for Atlas. Okay, came back. It said that it some of it worked, but there's some visibility that does not work. So some of our permissions aren't correct, or the what we added. So we need this, and these are account level permissions. So I'm wondering, because I have multiple workers and this is under a main account, and I isolated it to my certain one, I'm wondering if I need to do my main account. And so let's go back. Let's go to the tokens. Token. Count API tokens. I don't think we're able to. Oh, can we edit? Okay, sweet. We can edit. So I want to add a policy, entire count, and we need it to have DNS. We want it to read DNS and then worker. Okay, so under when you type worker scripts, we need scripts read and edit. So read and edit, and then tail we need read. Workers routes. I don't see routes. Let's see. It's email routing. Count. Okay, well let's see. I'm gonna update it with that. Review token. Gonna add all that. Update token, and then I'm gonna tell it to redo its test and see what it comes back with. Okay, so it got back to me and it looks like all those settings I just added helped. It does look like it's missing DNS record read. Um, I cannot read individual DNS records. Yes, that is a block for normal app debugging, worker logs, deployments, or staging feature work. But if you want me to verify DNS records directly through the API, the token still needs zone DNS read. Okay, so let's check that out real quick. See if we can edit. I think that would be maybe in this one. Let's do zone DNS. So I have that. Let's check this one. DNS. Read. Okay, I believe that's it. So it was under my actual build with pixel.com, not my main account settings. So first, before deploying, can you test now if you are able to read DNS records? Then we can test a deploy. Okay. So we'll see if that fixes that, and then if that's good, then Hermes has access to Cloudflare, which is great. All right. So now Hermes has access. It can read the DNS records. I'm going to say, okay, run your test and then deploy so we can see if everything works. Maybe for the landing page, you change the words to. Actually, let's just see if everything works. And then we'll go to our worker. All right. So Hermes came back and said everything ran good. So now we have it able to read and verify logs within Cloudflare. So if a build fails, it knows what happened and then can recommit to GitHub, do another deploy, which will activate that deploy. It can look at logs. So later on, whenever we're asking for a feature or anything, we can have it constantly looking at the logs, and we can set up parameters like after 3 tries stop, because you don't want to eat through your tokens. But this is great. We want to be able for Hermes to loop through all this stuff and figure out what's creating problems, but also update everything. So next, we're going to have it check. I want it to have full control over N8N. So I have a bunch of workflows and stuff that I've done on other projects that I'm going to bring in, and these will be tools that Hermes can use. But I want it to be able to build, check logs, figure out what's going on within N8N, so that whenever it sets up automations, it knows how to check and can verify and fix it and move on. So here we'll say, all right, we have Cloudflare. Good. Now we need you to have full access to N8N. What do we what do we need to do to verify and make sure you do? All right, and we'll see what it comes back with and go from there. Okay, so it came back with a bunch of information. It looks like it's halfway there. We just need to give it an API token. So it went through what we already built from a previous episode. It contains basically we need to grab the N8N API key and then do the same thing we did with Cloudflare. Now I forgot what our tunnel was for getting into and opening it locally, so I just asked, hey, what's the SSH tunnel? So I'm going to do that real quick. Now remember, you got to change to your VPS IP. So I'm going to do that real quick. 1 second. We're going to copy this. And then we're going to change that to RIP. And then open it locally with this. And boom. So then log in. See if I remember my passwords. Okay, cool. And remember, we haven't built anything with N8N yet. We will bring in some stuff. I just want to make sure Hermes has access. And then also at some point, I'm probably going to develop a skill where Hermes can learn how to create N8N node structures better and the way that I build them too, so that it's on the same page. Okay, so within here, we want to go to settings and we want to go to API. Yeah, and then create an API key and we'll label it Hermes Agent. I'm going to do no expiration. And then I want to give it everything. So we'll do save. I'll hide that. And then you're going to save that. All right, so we have the token. So now we need to go to our VPS machine and we're going to create this file. And let's see if we have N8N. We're going to create this. Now, this other one was for our environment variables for N8N, the app, the web app. So this one we'll do here. Now, put in now this is your local, and then replace your API key with the one that you created. Okay, and then we're going to lock it down. Okay, and then, all right, I added the API key. Can you do a test? And then we'll see what Atlas comes back with. All right, so it came back with the N8N API key. It's able to have access. So right now we have Hermes able to access N8N, Cloudflare, Supabase. So now it's up to, I think we may want to build just like a simple tool server. So my sound went off while I was filming this portion. Basically, what I'm doing is I'm asking, okay, what do I need to do to create this tool server? What kind of code are we going to use? And Hermes comes back, Atlas comes back and says, okay, you need to create the repo, staging, and then have a main branch too for later. But within that staging branch, it will push the initial tool server, and then do checks. And that's essentially your API endpoint for different private utilities that you will use and what Hermes can use. So basically, throughout this little segment here, I create the GitHub repo. So once that repo is created, I can have Hermes populate it with the backend code. And so as you'll see here, I'm just putting in the description and then setting it to private. And then there's no other things I need to change. Create the repo. Now it needs the initial file. So it's telling me like we need to do Python, fast API, a lot of this backend coding that will be good for utilities and all that good stuff. So here I just gave him the repository, and then I'm saying, hey, I created it. I like the breakdown that you gave me for the type of code that we're creating for the tool server. Let's go ahead. Let's implement these files, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so it looks like it created the initial ingest to GitHub for the tool server, which is nice. Let's see what it has to say. Okay, so staging. Let's make sure. Okay, yeah, I'm in staging. We'll have to create a main branch. So new branch, we'll do main. We'll have that there. Okay, so we'll have our staging and our main branch, main for production. And then let's go back. Let's see. Okay, so it's committed. I did not push directly to main. That's right. I use Python, fast API, all that good stuff. Created structure, initial endpoints, get health, get version, protected tools, echo and job test, protected routes require bearer, and then the token. Test pass, because the VPS Python install is missing, I ran tests through Docker instead of modifying system packages. Okay, sweet. I created the real secret file here. Permissions, perfect. Variables present. I generated the token, did not print it. Perfect. The file contains this shape. Awesome. Binds to 0, but Docker publishes it only on the VPS loopback address. So it's still private only. Okay. Compose deployed. Container pixel tool server status. So if you wanted to check status, you can do Docker PS. And we could see that within here, we have the tool server up and running, which is pretty sweet. So smoke test passed, authenticate protected requests. Current access Atlas can now call tool server or manually. Verdict. All right. Connect N8N to it over the shared network. So N8N. Okay. So go ahead and connect N8N to it. All right. So that's great. So we got the initial build of the tool server. And as you build your infrastructure, you can create tools for the tool server. And that would be something that you would speak to Hermes about. So, like, let's say you wanted something that converts HTML to PDF. You would talk to Hermes. Should I use an API for this, or should we build something with our tool server so that you can call on it, at various points? And so when we get further into Hermes as an agent, it has skills and tools that it can call on, and like APIs over the web or your own personal tools. And then you could develop these skills to be like, oh, okay, I want to use this tool on the web. And then I want to convert it using my tool in our tool server. And you build a skill saying, hey, go here whenever I request this, and then process it, bring it in, then process it with our tool server tool. Yeah. So then I'm going to have Hermes connect N8N, make sure that's all good, and connected with the tool server. All right. Now, check this out. So as you can see, throughout this, whenever I was saying it needs to connect N8N to the tool server on the same network, it went through, and throughout this process, it ran into issues. And then it was able to look at those issues and figure out, okay, what do I need to check next? What do I need to do next? And it got through and basically was able to connect and test N8N and the internal tool server. So they're on a shared network. So if I go Docker PS, these two, the N8N and tool server will be on that same PixelNet network. And then what you can see here is Atlas created this smoke test. So this test of testing the webhook and calling the tool server, and which is amazing. So that is great. So we went down, it set all that up. So now what we have here is we have our tool server set up, we have N8N set up, we have Cloudflare. It's able to check logs, rebuild in there if necessary. So now we have a full loop. Now I want to implement a tool and have it test it. So let's do that and see what it can make. So for the next episode, what we're going to do is we're going to use Atlas to build our waiting list. We're going to give it the construct of what we want the waiting list landing page to be. Build it, set up the Supabase tables, any N8N automations that need to tie with our tool server. It'll come up with the game plan, and then I'm going to have it do the entire thing. And then from there, once we get a decent waiting list set up, I want to get that out to people online right away. And that's when we get into our last section where we get our main VPS. We get it mimicking our staging environment, and then everything we push GitHub from staging to main, and we lock it in, and everyone could see our initial online platform. All right. Well, thanks for watching this episode, and stay tuned for the next one. Cheers. All right, guys, keep it going. As you can see, I'm doing some work here too. We got some builds going, which we can see here. We're cooking. I want to get these blueprints to you guys. Keep at it. You're getting close. I think we're moving on to third to last episode. So you're almost there. Keep with it. Let's go. These are bigger. Yes. Look at that. It's amazing. All right. So, all right, welcome to episode 7. Are we at 7 already? All right. So last episode, we hooked up Hermes to Cloudflare CLI so that it can see logs, and it can control deployments and everything from there. We have it hooked to Supabase. We have it hooked to N8N, and we created the tool server. So now what we want to do is I want to create a waiting list. And what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to have the waiting list. I want Atlas to create the tables, set up anything in the tool server if it needs to, create all the functionality in the front end. And then I gave it a reference to an image that I would like it to mimic in terms of the style. So this will be our sort of like full-fledged trial on it creating everything and then us testing and making sure it works. Now, if something breaks, of course, we'll take a look at it, debug it, make sure that Hermes has everything that it needs, and then move on. So let's get into it. Okay, so I've already prepped what I've wanted to say, but I'll sort of go over it. Essentially, what I'm saying is now that you're connected, I want us to set up the initial landing page for what Build with Pixel is. I told it some information I want on the page. Of course, I'll refine that. I'm going to add videos. But I also want it to, because I'm setting up and storing workflow scripts and code for users whenever they use this platform. I want it to maintain that starter front end framework and save that so that we have that to go back to and for users to use. And then we'll have our build going on alongside it. So I essentially wrote out this. I told it to come back with what is your game plan, and then it mocked up the game plan. It confirmed the state uh, of the app repo, the web app, staging, all that good stuff. What we're bringing to it. It gave me its opinion on what it should do, and then the architecture. So I was wanting to keep the initial landing page that we constructed, so for when users use it, it'll be there. So the flow, it went over the flow, so that it knows what tables to create, the page, what it will say on the page, and we'll go over this more once I actually see it, because I want to see it, and then we can change it. The routes, the confirmation page, what it's going to do with the schema in Supabase. So when someone signs up, it's got to store their email and any information that we ask. so that we can track that and see them getting authenticated and all that good stuff. Server logic, auth button update. So yeah, let's go through this. And this is something that you'll want to do is, you want to be explicit, you want to be very detailed in how you prompt and try to get as much of the information you want because you want your agent to have context. Context is everything. And so you want to give it, and once you learn more about like automations with N8N, Supabase, all that, you'll get better at putting down exactly what you need from the agent for it to complete its job. Now, if it messes up, it's fine. We can look over, we can see what the errors are, we can feed it back to it. But the iteration, the speed and turnaround is so fast compared to a human. Um, so yeah, let's go for it. Um, let me know if there are any issues. And before I go further, this is what the page looks like right now. It's a simple landing page. You can sign in, and when you go into the dashboard, so we're going to sign in. We'll use this. Continue. And then it's just a dashboard. So it's nothing crazy. So we're going to overhaul this to look a bit more fancy. If there are any issues, let me know. But let's do it. All right. And then I'll come back whenever it's done its thing. All right. So let's check this out. So it went through, um, started building. As we can see, it created the waitlist entries table, which is awesome. And then it said that it has pushed to origin staging, replaced with a premium build with pixel waiting list. Okay, awesome. Preserve the reusable starter landing page, add starter foundation. Sweet. Authenticate waitlist flow, join upserts waitlist. Okay. Safer auth callback redirect handling to prevent unsafe external redirects. Okay, added migration, staging table says verified. Okay, did all of its verification. Visual check passed. Landing page renders with the premium hero. Okay, let's check what this looks like. Okay, there we go. It's not bad, not bad. Issue encountered. One issue came up with Supabase CLI. Database push. Failed because the remote staging migration history has an older migration version that is not present locally. Reset anything or touch production. Instead, I safely apply the single additive migration directly to the staging database using the private staging database URL from the secret file without. Okay. Um, stage secret scan only flagged harmless words like surface. Okay, perfect. Deployed to Cloudflare staging yet? That is next external side effect. If you want, say the word and I'll deploy the push staging right into. Well, I don't need to do that because now let's refresh. Or actually, let's do a hard refresh. Okay, so maybe it didn't. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Starter foundation. Okay, so join the waiting list. Own the infrastructure behind your AI business. Build with Pixels, opening limited access to the agents, workflows, dashboards, private tools, and starter systems we use to build real AI infrastructure. During the launch window, waitlist members get first. Beautiful. And then I'll have a countdown, see what's included. Practical AI infrastructure library that keeps growing. Lifetime access, agent workflows, learn the same Hermes N8N, Supabase, Cloudflare, GitHub, and tool sort of patterns behind this platform. Future get tools include get the skills, workflows, template scripts, and infrastructure improvements we continue to ship. Beautiful. Join during the launch window and keep access to the future build with Pixel updates. Okay. So it did it. So it was able to amplify. So now let's see if I'm not signed in. So I want to join the waiting list. Okay, you're on the waiting list. We saved your spot in the build with pixel lifetime access drop. The countdown begins soon, and waitlist members will get first notice when the purchase window opens. Joined, email, boom, date. What happens next? Launch date and countdown will be announced here. Access will only be available during the limited purchase window. Members will get lifetime access to the future. Okay, and then back to the landing page. Okay, so then let's check if I got inserted into the actual table. Look at that. All right. So now this is how you track data and user signups and information that they provide. So as we go on, now I have that user information about their name, which is pulling from, I guess, their Google auth, their email, and all that. So then during the waitlist period, I can send out emails and provide info about, okay, when does the countdown start? To put out stuff like, okay, this is what you're going to get from this product, all that good stuff. So this was all created with Hermes attached to Supabase, GitHub, N8N. Now we haven't used any automations yet, but what I'm going to do is within here, I'm going to incorporate videos and maybe even little templates or use cases for the workflows that I provide. So like let's say a leads agent that goes out and scrapes for leads. I'll let people use it so that they can see a workflow that they'll get from this purchase. And I want to provide a ton of different workflows so that businesses and builders can have a great base to start from and then are able to build their business around an intelligence layer like this. So this is awesome. So a couple things that I'm going to change. I don't like the formatting being off to the left. Uh what's that? Oh, okay. So that's the link to the starter foundation, which I'm going to remove that page. I'm not going to want that within our build or remove that link. Um But the formatting I'll have to mess with, and then we'll fix the Supabase issue that it's having. It worked around it, which is great, but I wanna dial that in so that it knows in the future how to use it. Alright, so now I'm gonna go back. Okay, so I just wanna figure out, okay, what can we do to alleviate the Supabase issue? It was able to create it, but I just wanna make sure that moving forward, Atlas doesn't run into any issues with creating tables and whatever it needs to do within Supabase. Okay, so let's see what Atlas had to say. Okay, so essentially, I'm telling him like we don't have anything in Supabase. It's all good. This is the first table. It could be because we created that temp one earlier, and then I deleted it manually. So I just wanted to take care of it since this is essentially a brand new table structure and all that. So we don't really need to do anything fancy. I'm not worried about breaking anything because it's bare bones, it's scratch. Okay, so let's see what it says. The Fed empty before the Clips plan is to create a local no-op baseline migration for the old. Okay, okay. The goal is not changed. All right. It does not have a mesh file. Git has a new best cleanup. Add a local baseline migration for the old remote version. Okay. This tells future Atlas Hermes devs the old migration exists in Supabase history, but did not introduce app owned schema we need to recreate. Okay. Okay. List is clean. Commit and push the baseline migration. Why this better than alters? Better than reverting. Okay. Let's do it. All right. So it's going to clean that up, and then I'm going to uh tell Atlas to reformat some of the landing page, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so it did the cleanup for the migration, baseline migration, repaired the ledger for the waitlist migration. It's now aligned. Beautiful. It verified. Push to GitHub staging. Okay, cool. So now that that's fixed, now I want to uh ChatGPT has a very good image creator. Definitely use it whenever you want. I fed it what uh, Atlas created here, and I told it to just add some beauty, add some colors and life to it, and it got me this, which is awesome. So I'm going to ask Atlas to take this as reference and build for it. Um, then we'll go through and we can create these pages up here. And then I'm going to remove this bottom section here. I like everything except for that because I don't need that. And then we'll go from there. Okay, so I did this write up. I'm attaching that image and I want to say, hey, I want to get rid of the starter foundation link up there. That doesn't need to be accessible on my main production site. I want it to be beautiful, like this image, some vibrant colors, the centered alignment. Um, for the join waitlist buttons, I want to add that to the top right as well, but let's make it like a light blue, not a black. The black, it does stand out, but it doesn't really go with the aesthetic. Um, and then I asked if it needs these images. So what we could do is if it's able to recreate it, that's great. But sometimes it may need like a an image to use to put into the site. So if that's the case, I have a plan for that, but we'll see what we get back when we ask it to do this. Okay, let's have a look at what it did. All right, recreate the landing page much closer to the render and push it to staging. Rebuilt the home page to match. Let's see if it's still building. Okay, the build is in progress. So we'll look at the image until that's built. Here, join the way in the top tabs. What's included? Links to the infrastructure member card section for builders, in fact, are visible as future tabs, but do not navigate yet. No extra images are needed right now. It recreated. They won't be as physically perfect as a custom 3D render, but they match the feel and keep the app lightweight. Later, if you want more exact branded, we can swap those elements for an asset. Okay, let's see. Okay. Not bad, not bad. This may be a little bit too bold. I do like the added blue look to these buttons. That's one thing I to for it to match the type and the font style. Um, it's pretty sweet though. I mean, like for giving it reference. Now, I really like these elements. So what I may do is let's see where that build is. I want to see the actual page. Okay, so the build completed. Let's do a little hard refresh. Console. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is looking it's looking pretty sweet. Go to the join wait list. It adds you. Let's see if that actually does a double because we may have to fix that. I want to make sure that if okay, so no, it kept it the same. Okay, perfect. So back to landing page. Fact, all these ones they don't. What's included goes down. Those other two are blank, as is said. Um, this font I'm not a big fan of. I really like this, so we'll dial that in. See what's included. It mimicked this. We will add a timer once we have the date that we want that we're launching. I'm gonna have it set change this to launch countdown coming soon, and then put those days to 0 or something. Okay, and then this stuff beautiful. Okay, so what I may try to do is, and ChatGPT can be very good with this, is can you um let me I'm gonna upload this image back to, or actually I could probably just say, take the image above. Can you extract the cube? And we'll just do the cube for now with the PXL on it and make it a standalone version of it so I can use it on my web page. So I'm going to see if it could take that image, create an image. Now we may have to go into Photoshop and create an alpha so that we can get that bleed of color. Which we can do if we have a good base image, and then I can hand that to Atlas, and then it can implement it into the page. So while those are being created, what I'll do is I want to update. And let's start with that. So we'll do that, and then once this image is created for both of these, oh, look at that. That's great. So I'll use that, and then can you do the same thing and isolate the sphere on the left side so I can have it as a separate element? So then what we can do is we can bring it into Photoshop. We probably can isolate just the cube and then that bleed, and then we can probably brush, like have it fade a little bit, and then that will create an alpha, and then I can attach it as an, I think it was wanting an AVIF. Let's see. Da, 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 da. But we can attach it as a format that it wants for the web page, and then it can throw it in there. Okay, so it already came back. I'll make the typography countdown, copy tweaks directly on the staging app, and then okay, sweet. So we'll have a look at that in a sec, and we'll edit these images. Okay, so I brought these into Photoshop, and we get to learn a little bit of Photoshop stuff. But essentially, I'm going to create a new layer, and then I'm going to select subject. I'm going to use this lasso and add to that because I want that bleed. And then I'm going to delete everything else. So I'm going to invert that and then delete. And if I hide, you can see I now have an alpha. So that checkerboard behind means that anything else will be seen through that on the website. And so then I'm going to make my eraser big, and then I just want to eat at the um the bottom part because I don't want that hard edge. You get this nice little, let's shrink this just a little bit, get this side. And then you get this nice faded, and then that'll glow will. Okay, cool. So then I'm going to save that out as I asked Atlas what it wanted. So we'll do a PNG with an alpha. So we want transparency. And then we're going to do the same thing for the sphere. So take that, select subject. Now I want some of that bleed, and there's a lot of bleed around. You can see a faint pink. We're going to add to that, select inverse, delete, and then let's take our eraser, make it a bit bigger and then just chew off a bunch of that. Just make it really faint. Okay. There we go. This is always to taste, and we got to see it, what it looks like on the site. Okay, and then you export that. I'm doing just PNG as an alpha. So within here, we're going to add those images. So I'm going to grab both of them. Here are PNGs for the cube and the sphere. Can we place these in the page and replace our other graphics? Match the placement from the reference image. Okay, cool. So we'll have Atlas go ahead and do that. And then within, I believe it updated the font. So let's go ahead and do a little hard refresh. Okay, that's looking nicer. Bold. It's not as thick. We got countdown beginning soon. 0. And then we'll go into here what you get. And then so after this page, I already have some workflows for N8N. I want to give users the ability to try some of these workflows. So when they sign up, they can run, and basically I'll give them, let's say, because I don't want people to just spam these workflows, because it does take up compute power and you don't want people um to spam. So I'll probably give them a number that they'll get. So within here, we can set up a table with their profiles and then give them a certain amount of access to each tool, and then it'll just count down each time they use it. So maybe they get 3 tries on each one, and then they could see what that tool brings them for whenever they sign up, so that they know, hey, this is a cool tool that I'm going to get from this purchase. I better be here whenever the launch happens. So let's see. Okay, so it's updating, and we'll come back whenever it's completed that. All right, so came back, it worked on the sizing, it was comparing it to the old reference. It added the files, position, and let's take a look at the screenshot because it's going to be building, as you can see in the background. We have a build in progress, so we'll be able to see it live in a second. This is pretty nice. So one thing that I noticed right away is I want the period removed by the pixel. I want this to probably be 50% bigger, and probably the same for this. Like it'd be nice if it like just curved around there. Um, and then the pixel up here matching this. So okay, so we'll see what it does from there, and then I think that will be it for that portion. I can always fine tune this later, but this is a great base, and I want to get a tool set up that I've already constructed and see what Atlas can do with N8N. If it can propagate and change nodes and build it towards what we need for this. All right, so it came back and let's see what it did. All right, so it removed the period. These are bigger. Yes. Look at that. It's amazing. All right. So now what I want to do is right under this, I want to have sort of a section where you can try the tool. So I'm going to copy over some workflows that I've created um, on Pixel World and implement it. I'm going to bring it into NAN, import them, and essentially tell Atlas, we need to set up these as a uh, a base for users to use for one lead, to pull one lead and to see that lead within there. And then to save those workflows as starter kit assets as well. So let's do that. All right. So I've downloaded my workflows from my other N8N. I want to create a workflow and then I want to import from file. So I'm going to bring in my leads. So this one is my Pixelworld AI agents leads, but I want build with Pixel leads agent. Now, this one, let's make sure that that's hooked up. Oh, I may not have. Okay, so I need to set up my credentials because I don't have credentials set up for OpenAI. And let's see if this one, I need to install the node. So let's go ahead and install this. This is for Apify. If you go to Apify, there's a bunch of different um, ways of scraping for leads. And what this does here is basically I give it a base config of what to look for. Now, this is for what I was aiming for with this workflow, which was any business that needs AI agents. We'll tailor this, but this is going to be what users can modify on the front end. So here, I want to give a tool where they can select sort of the industry they want to go for, how big of a company, and then for it to get the lead and then enrich it. So we'll set up the credential in a sec. We're going to save this, and then we're going to create another workflow, which is essentially import from file, the enrichment. So this one takes the initial lead with the name, company, and then it enriches it with LinkedIn data. Or I'm sorry, it looks at the website. So this node here looks at the website and pulls that data to give some personalization to it, and then preps the agent model here with what it needs to enrich it with to curate an email. So this sort of drafts an email based on information. So I want these to be adjustable. So what I'm going to do is I want Atlas. Oh, let's rename this one real quick. Let's do build with Pixel lead enrichment. So what I want Atlas to do, and this will be a big test. If this works, that would be amazing. But it's going to take these workflows and I wanted to extract the data from within to where a user can input that data. So, like, say what industry they're tackling, what type of company, the info that their company is. That gets sent through the webhook, populates through this workflow, grabs it, scrapes for one lead, enriches it with a bunch of data, and then drafts an email. And then within a modal on the front end, it can show all that information and say, hey, this workflow can be yours with this setup to where you don't have to use other CRMs or anything. So that's what we're going to do. So first, what we'll do is we'll add our credentials. So we need our open AI. So we need to create credential, open AI, continue. And then within here, you need to give your API key essentially. Now, I already have one. So if I go in and grab that real quick, but you can get this from the developer section of OpenAI's website, and then you just copy it and put it here, and then just hit save. Okay, so let's see. config headers, set content type is not a function. Um, I am setting credentials for OpenAI in N8N and I get this error. What does that mean? And it could be maybe I'm missing something, but let's have a look and see what ChatGPT has to say. Okay, so it looks like it's something with the setup. So I'm going to feed this to Atlas. I'm going to put that there. We are getting this error when setting up credentials in N8N for OpenAI. So copy this. The above is what ChatGPT 5.5 recommended. What do you think? Okay, so then we'll see. Maybe we may have to go to a different version. What it'll do is probably just update N8N. It'll Docker compose down and up. We can reconnect, try the API key again, and see if that works. Again, this is a huge point in diagnosing problems. Like we could spend all day trying to figure this out, but that's the power of using AI tools to your advantage is have one assess the problem, feed it to another one like the what it should do and then have it verify and assess based on the knowledge it has and then take care of the problem. So you're able to just like produce super fast. All right, so let's see what it says. Backup, pull latest, retest if broken pin, retest. I would not change the OpenAI key unless the same key fails. Okay, so mutates requester later. Okay, so best plan. Okay, let's back up and then do not love using latest for N8 now that we're depending on it. For staging, I'd rather pin versions intentionally. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, let's back up and then do what you think is best moving forward. Let me know how it goes. Okay, and then we'll see once it comes back, we'll try the key again. If it connects, great, then we can move on. Okay, let's see what it has to say. All right, so what happened? Starting date N8 was running 2.19.3, backed up, update to 2.214, verification, one non-block and warning failed to start Python testing. Okay. Should do now. Okay, so now I'll check again. So let's see. Let's just make sure I'm connected. Okay. And then credentials. Go to OpenAI. Boom. Look at that. Problem solved. All right. So now, whenever we go into, let's say, the leads agent, when I double click on this, it should pick up the account. So that red, yep. So that's gone. Looks like we're all good here. And then the lead enrichment, I'm going to double check this. It loads in, all good. This, I need I need to set up my credential. That's probably why. Okay, I need my API key, which I have stored. So I'm going to grab that. Do, 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 do. Okay, so I got my Gina AI API key. So if I go into this node now, it should be good. Okay, so now all my credentials are fine within N8N. I need to go in and do my write up for what I want Atlas to do with these workflows and to yeah, just give it as much information as I can so it knows what to do to build what I want. Okay, so I've essentially written up, okay, I've created these workflows within N8N. I need Atlas to go in there, assess all the nodes. It needs to reconfigure them based on what I need. I want users to be able to, under this section, try a tool. So there should be a try it now or whatever we're going to call it. It's going to be able to take the information of the person that signed in. Ooh, that's a good thing I'll need to add is to make sure that they're in on they have to be joined the wait list to use the tool. And then they can try the tool, it'll scrape a lead, enrich it, come up with an email draft, and they could see the tool, what it can do. And then I want Atlas to reconfigure the N8N workflow to work within our system and then create the Supabase tables. And so make sure that a user has to be signed up to the waiting list before they can use a tool. If not, bring up a modal that makes them join the waiting list, but also gives them the choice to close. Okay, so then I'm telling it now to give me a game plan for what it's going to do. I want it to go into those workflows, assess how it's all created, come back, give me a game plan of what it's going to do, and then I can have it go off and execute. Okay, let's see what Atlas has to say. All right, game plan. Okay, uncommitted game plan. That's fine. Big fine. Two workflows are great base, but they are currently shaped as internal batch workflows, not front end demo workflows. That's right. Current pattern, what the front end needs. Okay. My recommendation: create new demo specific NAN workflow. Okay. Down for that. Easier to tie the user ID. Tables we need. Right now, Supervised staging has this. We need. Okay, perfect. I recommend new shared tables instead of dynamic. Yes. Okay. Lead agent profiles, lead agent runs. Okay. Key fields, lead agent results, front end flow. Under what members get, add a new section, own your own leads agent. CTA, try it out. If not signed in, not waitlisted, is signed in and waitlisted. Okay. About your company, who they're looking for, then submit. Back end flow runs. Okay, then modal polls. Okay. Security decisions must be waitlist gated. Yes. Max daily 3. Yes. One lead only. Stays private. Yes. Questions for you. Okay, so let's see what the questions are. If Apify finds no useful lead, should that burn one of the tries? One. No, it shouldn't burn one of the tries. If it doesn't find a lead. Two. Yes, just target US. Three. Should the email be written as the user's company? Yes. I feel like the agent's words. Should I build or should I find an API first and find a result? Yes. It's recommended build order, database tables, API quote list gate, modal UI with mock result, N8N webhook real integration. All right. I'll implement phase one. Server API, modal UI in mock mode. That gives us waitlist gated, try it out section, modal form. Okay. Let's move forward with your game plan. All right. And then we'll see what it does. Okay, so let's see what it did. Add waitlist gated lead agent demo foundation. It pushed to staging. So as we can see in the workers, it should be building or it already built. Okay, so yeah, it already built 3 minutes ago. Okay, add a new own your own leads agent. They get out tryout button files. Okay. API foundation. Okay, runs ID. For phase one, the run route creates a safe mock result using the real database shape. It looks like it created the database tables, which is awesome. Okay, and then the API enforces quota 3 per day per user, US only. Backup checkpoint. Okay, that's fine. Was not installed in VPS, so I create a metadata checkpoint before migration instead. Okay. Verification passed. Local smoke checks. Important note, this is phase one foundation with mock result mode. The real N8N integration is next. Next phase should create, adapt the N8 webhook workflow. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and refresh this and just see what that front end looks like. So we go down. Sweet. Try it out. Own your own leads agent. Test a tiny version of the system. Tell the agent who you help, who you want to find, and it will return one enriched US lead with context, contact info when available, and a personalized outreach draft. Sweet. Okay. We'll have to put that to the middle. We'll have to make sure that certain industries and stuff because we don't want our back end to break. So I'm going to take a snapshot of this and save it. Modal. This 2. All right. So that's pretty sweet. So we got all that set up. So basically, I forgot to say to move that to the middle, but that's fine. We could do that after. So I want certain industries and all of that locations to be specific and just from a drop down because, like, let's say someone put in like Europe and then it goes through the N8N workflow and then breaks. Um, so we'll see what it does about that. Okay, so it came back. It did the adjustments to the drop downs, which we'll check out once it's done building. Looks like it's done building, so we'll check that out in a second. And then it went through, did those adjustments, and then told me what it's set up for the N8N config. It did let me know that there's an infrastructure note. We need to have a Cloudflare tunnel so that the N8N webhook can be exposed to the internet. I asked, okay, you have Cloudflare credentials. What can I add to that so that it can set this up itself? So yes, the current Cloudflare tokens for Wrangler account access, but for me to set up Cloudflare tunnel plus access root for the N8 webhook, the token needs a few more Cloudflare permissions. I checked safely. Existing token file. Okay, so I did not print these tokens. What to add to the cloud? Okay, so we need to go into Cloudflare and we need to go to our API and our Hermes agent, and we want to, okay, so back to edit. We want to add a policy and we need to add account. So let's do Cloudflare. Review, update token, and then let me check these other ones. Now, again, this is if you are comfortable with an agent having this type of access. Everyone has their own sort of degree of what they want access to. With me, I've been using it enough to where I trust it. It's been making great decisions and what it does. Now, also, I know like the system is backed up. So like if Hermes makes a mistake, I can always revert. If cloud and I'm doing this on sort of like a prototype build. So it really just comes down to what you want as a user, what you want to be able to control and do manually and what you want to give it access to. So within okay, we did that. So build with pixel. This one, let's check out zone. So read and DNS. Okay, well, let's try this and see what access it has now and then what it can do. Now I'm telling it, okay, let's verify that it's all good. Make sure to always be secure. You're always working within the build with pixel.com domain. And then to update its soul file with these security measures. So we'll let that go and then see if it has everything it can do to put the N8N workflows to be accessed through the internet and then protected. Okay, let's see if it has verification. Verify the Cloudflare token access looks good for the read-only checks we need before setup. I did not create or change anything. Confirm token auth. Cloudflare account token. Scope to build with it. The token can read the build with pixel zone. Sweet. All right. Access tunnel API visibility. The token can successfully reach these Cloudflare account APIs. Means okay. Important caveat. I verified read API access only. I did not verify edit create permissions by actually creating DNS records, tunnels, access apps, or service tokens because that would be a major Cloudflare change, and you asked me to confirm with you first. So the safe status is verified. Okay. Memory update the persistent user memory with this. Okay. Next safe step. Before creating it, I'll give you a clear change proposal like, okay, so it's going to create this subdomain, route it to our local N8N, protect it with Cloudflare Access Service Token, and then no public N8N editor exposure, no changes to other domains, rollback, delete access app. Okay. All right. Let's move forward. All right. It got back to us. So let's see what it has to say. All right, set up and verified. I stayed scope 2, yes. No other domains touched. Protected host name. Build with Cloudflare tunnel. Healthy. For connections. Access service token. Policy. Wow, nice. Created the Cloudflare compose service here. All right. Tunnel routes internally to the private Docker network. Created local secret files under Pixel Secrets Cloudflare suite. Contains these values. Did not print those. Also these set in the Cloudflare worker staging. So let's check our pages. Let's go to build with pixels settings. Wow. And then added those. Sweet. And then also set the Cloudflare worker staging. Yeah. Security verification is still local only on the VPS. Yeah. So you have to SSH in to see the browser. No host poor, unauthenticated pub result. Good. Cloudflare. Okay. Service token request reaches N8N. Okay. Code update and pushed. All right. So now it's able to be accessed online. So when a user comes in and tries it, the workflow will run, and then it'll get back. It'll work essentially. This will be for the staging environment. Now we'll need to make sure those credentials work for our main production. So once we get this all set up, that will be the next video where we go from we'll create the main VPS. We'll mimic the same setup of how N8N, Docker, all that good stuff is created. Put that on the main machine, pull over the workflows, and then make sure these settings are set up for the worker for the main, and then copy over those workflows. And then let's just double check that before um, it updated this stuff. Okay, so we can type in a company, the website, your name, your email, what do you offer, who is your ideal customer. Okay, and then they pick from the target industry, target city, target role, company size, and then keyword theme. Very cool. And then they can run that. It'll scrape, pull it, and then boom. Amazing. Okay, so we will see what Atlas comes back with after this. Okay, let's see what it has to say. All right, yes, we should move forward. The route is working. Confirmed. Existing N8. And one important blocker, I do not see an Apify credential configured in N8N yet. Oh, okay. So I need to set that up. All right. So I copied within here when you go to your credentials. So in credentials, Apify, I copied my key, and then I'm going to have it Atlas verify. Okay, I added the credential. Can you make sure it's good? Then let's move forward with the plan. All right. So let's see what it did. Okay, so the credential now works. All right. Any workflow status created and activated. True. End-to-end staging test passed. Okay, so Cloudflare access. Did the N8 callback, run result, final smoke result. All right, that's looking great. A redacted email values from output. The temporary smoke runs were deleted afterwards. Security checks, Cloudflare access. Good, public users cannot hit N8N directly. Get to webhook, all right. Only accepts the proper post. Docker exposure is localhost. No host port. All right, apps checked, results. Documentation committed. All right. The workflow export is sanitized. It contains workflow structure. Workflow tree is all right. Next best step, test it once through the actual staging UI as a signed in waitlist user to confirm the modal polling results feel correct. Okay, so let's look at the workflow. Let's refresh. All right, so we have this webhook, and then look, it did its tests. Looks like it did a test. Okay. And then are we building? I don't think it putting. Okay. No. All right. So we can, let's just go ahead and refresh this. We're going to go down, try it out. So company name, Pixel World. So and this is saying running agent. Okay. Okay. So it errored. So let's see what the error says. And then we can feed that back to, okay. So it looks like the company size got an error. So let's give this back to Atlas. I got this error. Looks like our input fields are wrong. Can you check? Okay, well that's pretty good. So it has the webhook hit up set up. It looks like the hard grained ingrained data for this is off. It may not be exactly what Apify is looking for. So what we'll do is we can it will Atlas will double check that. Once the workflow actually goes through, we're golden. And then what I can do is uh I can have Atlas go through and check every industry and target. Uh, I mean, it's a lot, but to make sure all of these actually work, um, and then we're good. That'll be good for the first setup. And this was all built with Hermes. That's crazy. You're just giving them the connections so that it can do its job, thoroughly check, and then come back. Now, of course, you're going to run into errors, but this would take you days, if not weeks, to set up by yourself. So it's pretty cool stuff. But we'll come back once it. Let's see what it has to say. Now it fixed the problem. I guess it was field format was wrong at the N8N parsing layer. Um, okay, so it was just something that in the code said it fixed and verified. As you could see, it ran a test and it completed. So I should go in and do a test. Let me make sure it didn't push anything to cloud. Okay, so there is a build in progress. So I'll wait for that. um, we'll let that build and then refresh the page, input our data, and then give it a go again. All right, so it built. Now let's go ahead and refresh this. Go down, try this out. Let's do it again. A callback here and show me the modal, and then we'll see what that modal looks like. Okay, sweet. Demo results. We'll have to, let me take a picture. I'll take a picture of that, but I need that shifted over to be aligned. This agent can be yours. Here's one enriched sample lead and outreach draft from your agent setup. Streaming edge, Wilson owner, email, phone, website, LinkedIn, why this leads fit, pain point, business automation, workflow automation, recommended build, quick idea for streaming edge. Okay, so I mean this is great. So I'm going to give Atlas some ways to configure this a little bit better, just so it looks a little bit more appealing. But it worked, and then, I mean, and Atlas built the whole thing. Now this was based off a workflow I created for Pixel World, but you essentially can do this for anything. Like you give it the idea and you set the guidelines to what you want to build, and then it can build it into your platform, and then you can use it however you want. All right. So I essentially took this, I put it in here and gave it some information of like sculpting the way the modal looks a little bit more. Um, I have something that looks like this for Pixel World, and I want it to be more in line with this, but keeping the colors that we have for this. And then yeah, we'll have it adjust that. We'll take a look, and then we'll talk about how we progress after this. All right, there we go. Okay, this agent could be yours. Here's one enriched sample lead and outreach draft. Now imagine hundreds of curated daily prospects master your business personalized before your team ever hits them. All right, so Travis Kamey, realtor, co-founder at Christie's. Travis, okay, his email. When you go to the website, brings up their website. There we go. Okay, then LinkedIn profile. I don't have LinkedIn on this, but you go here. There it is. Boom. Pain point, marketing automation, recommended builds. Start with the focus workflow, subject, and then body. I notice Christie's, and it writes up the about the person, team custom AI inch for business and builders. If useful, I can share a quick example of how this could work. Boom. All right. Let's see this try again button. What does that do? Oh, okay. It just brings it back. Very cool. Okay. So we closed. All right. So what you can see from this episode, we were able to get our front end, our website staging platform built up how we want it viewed, the look of it, and then we are able to integrate N8N to bring in our own leads agent, because I want users when they come on here to try this out, try out these tools, and understand what the potential um, it brings to their business of having an agent that builds everything. Because we've constructed this agent, it and given it all these connections, it can go out and build all these tools for our platform. And then we won't need to go out and get software or anything. We can build the software within the business and for what the business needs. Pretty cool stuff. So, on the next episode, what we're going to do is, now we have this basis set up for staging. We need to get our VPS machine, another one for main. We got to set it up so that it's similar to our staging, but without Hermes. So we need N8N, Docker, the Cloudflare setup, all that good stuff, so that when we migrate our automations from N8N to that machine and our Supabase tables, we have an exact match to staging, but without the agent. And then that's what goes online and what people can see. And so then while that's online, then we have our staging platform to do tests, build new stuff, make sure everything works. And then once that works, we shift and move it over to our main production. So yeah, good stuff. All right, catch you on the next one. Guys, you only have 2 more episodes. This is where we start to lock down everything. We make sure our main VPS is exactly like our staging, and we get it on lockdown. And then you're golden. 2 more episodes. You can do it. All right. Welcome back to episode 8. This is where we take our staging environment and we push it to main, which will be our sort of production environment that will be holding what everyone sees online. So throughout this whole series, we've been building Hermes into staging, giving it control as an operator. Now, when we go to main, we're going to try something new, and I'm going to have Atlas basically populate my main VPS to be the same as the staging. So I'm going to give him access, but I'm not going to build an agent on that machine. So I'm going to give him an SSH key, let him go into the machine, populate it with what it needs, make sure everything's set up, and then I'm going to revoke that access. So whenever I'm updating the main and all that, I can just give him access when I need. He sees what's there, populates everything, and then gets removed. And then we're going to set up, some basic security rules within Cloudflare. Make sure schema transfers from staging to main, get the site up and deployed, test if we're able to access it and see it, and make sure our mini little apps are available, and then we're golden. Then we can just update staging and then push staging to main in GitHub. It activates, we build tool server, all that good stuff, and then our online production is good to go. So let's get into it. Okay, so what I've done here is I've essentially prepared Atlas with what I want to do. I'm saying, hey, today we're creating the tutorial. I'm purchasing the VPS. So what you'll need to do is go into Hostinger, look at, or wherever you're building your VPS, you want to get the same machine, a new machine that has the same settings and all that, so that you can, that will be your main machine. And then you have your other staging machine, and they're basically identical. So everything in the main will match staging except for having Hermes on it. but we will have Hermes from staging get access into our main, populate everything, and then I'm gonna revoke that access. So essentially here, I basically said, hey, we need to be prepared to make settings workers in Cloudflare. So if you look at, let me bring up Cloudflare, my workers. So you'll see we have our build with pixel staging worker. We're going to need an identical worker, but for main. And that's going to tie variables to our Supabase project. So we have our main Supabase, which doesn't have all the tables that our staging has. So our staging has a bunch of tables that we've created. Now, some of these are some of these are for tools that I made, but when you're building your app, you'll have Hermes build tables based on past episode where you give them access so that it can populate it with information. I built mine up because I've been creating a memory system and all that, but which I don't really need the memory system because Hermes won't be activating that or using that in main, but I will need my tool tables, which I'll show later in the video. But we'll be going over the Cloudflare N8N. Any tools with N8N, we'll need that put into staging. We'll put that to main, and then we'll make sure that that's implemented into our workflows in N8N. And then we'll have to go through and make sure all of our credentials are all good. Then, yeah, GitHub, just making sure that we will push from staging to main and then all that. So I basically prepped him with all that. And then he came back with questions. So he asked about the domain. I said yes. That we do have a separate Supabase project. I'll input the Cloudflare stuff. So I don't want him to have the secret keys for main. So I said that you can set up the worker and all that good stuff, but then I'll input those keys after. And those keys are again within here. All these will have to be mimicked on the main, but then your service role, anything tied with Supabase, like service role, your anon key, your URL, it'll have to match your main environment for your main worker because that's where you want it to source from the tables, and all that good stuff. And then all of these are essentially secrets that allow access and are webhooks and stuff, which will match within N8N. These are public ones, so this will need to be changed to main because that's what's building and what's saying, hey, this is main production. These were temp, which don't really need. The debug we'll have to put to false because we don't want any debugging. And then this we'll have to put to build with pixel.com because that's what our site URL is. And that's the same for when we go into Supabase in our URL configuration, we'll have to change the site URL and the redirect URLs. And then in the Google console, we'll have to make sure those are set properly too, which we'll get into. So from there, what we're going to do is it's asked me some questions. I'm answering. VPS is running. It was wondering what the VPS is. We need the tool server and the Cloudflare lead agent populated because those are tools that we have. Okay, and then this is empty. Oh yeah, so he said N8N is empty. Go ahead and commit our N8N workflows to the staging environment for that repo. So we have them. Okay, and then it gave me a little game plan overview. So it's going to export the N8N workflows, so we need to generate the SSH keys so that it can have access to the VPS and then I can have access to. It's going to install Docker, all of our security measures. It's going to go into Cloudflare. We've provisioned a scoped token from an earlier episode, which gives Atlas access to create workers and all that. We'll see how far it gets on that. He may need more scope added, which we'll add after if it's needed. Sync Supabase, so all the migrations and all that, we'll have to propagate those to the main. And then I'll set up the secret files for Supabase and Stripe, which Stripe we haven't gotten into. I can create an episode later about that. Pull N8N workflows from GitHub. Yep. Deploy tool server, Cloudflare, tunnel if needed. Health check, DNS verification. Yeah. Okay. So once you answer the 5 questions, I'll start with phase 0, exploring N8N phase 1. Okay. So I'll go ahead and answer this, and then we'll come back when it comes back and go from there. So within GitHub, you can see I'm in staging, and these are the workflows that I had on the staging environment. Now, some of these I'm not going to need. These were used as reference for our lead agent demo. That is like a sort of a mini app demo within Build with Pixel. And then this one was a smoke test just to test that N8 Atlas had control of N8N. So we can delete those once we get into that portion, but they're there. And then we can push that to main, and then we'll grab main. And what I'll make sure with Atlas when he gets to it is that the GitHub repos within the main VPS are pulling the main repo, not the staging. Okay, so for active workflows. Okay, so for the SSH key setup, generate locally. Okay, so what you're going to want to do is generate your SSH key. So I'm going to do that on a separate window over here. And go ahead and run that. No passphrase. So I've been building up the starter kit, and I want Atlas to give it a go. So it's going to go through and use this starter kit, and this is a product that I'm going to make available on the site. But what we'll need to do is we'll have to do some pushes from staging to main on our GitHub. But it's going to go through and make sure everything is all good on the machine. Secrets you need to replace in production. Okay, all this good stuff, which we'll go through. Yep, tool server one. And then tunnel token, create a new tunnel, and Cloudflare dashboard for prod, copy token. Cloud worker, secrets. Okay, so yep, we'll need all the secrets for this. We haven't done Stripe. We'll be doing that later. And then it won't do the bootstrap stuff for, okay. Okay, so I'm going to give it the public key and then my IP. Now, I'm not going to show that in this video, but essentially give them that. It created its own key, which it'll also put in. I need to go into the VPS, which I'll show, and set those keys so that it allows access for both of us. So go ahead and do that. Okay, so I don't want to show real quick because I just put in the IP, but essentially it said it had access. So what you just need to do is, like in the previous episodes, one of the first episodes when we created the VPS, is you have a key, your agent has a key. You need to set those keys within your main VPS so that both you and Atlas can SSH in. Once that's done, ask Atlas, hey, can you connect? Then when it says okay, awesome. What's the game plan? Start moving forward. It's going to test out my bootstraps scripts and all that so that it can get the system up and running quickly. And then we'll see from there, okay, are the repos set? Do we have main set up? All that good stuff. But in the meantime, you could see this is Build with Pixel, the staging version. And what I'm going to be doing with this is essentially showing, hey, agents can create apps for you super quickly, like our leads agent. And I'll create a separate video of this going over these two in particular, and then a bid builder agent where you can speak. And if you're doing a bid, it'll create a base bid and then remake the images uh, with an AI image creator, and you get these really nice pages, and then it'll compile it into a PDF. But that'll come later. I'll show you. But both of these tools were created in literally a couple days using this agent. It's like unbelievable. But then you have those tools on your back end. So then within your tools server, you have a PDF creator. You have, like tools for whatever you want, scraping leads, all this kind of stuff. So you can build up a database of just whatever tools. All right, so it's gone through and it's populated the VPS, which we'll go through in a bit and go through the files and structure and all that, which you can see here. So essentially, it's put in the same matching structure from our main now, or from our staging, but now we need to go in, make sure variables are all good and all that. So you need to go into your secrets and you need to update or ask your agent what you need to update compared to your staging. Some will match, some will have to be tailored to your machine, like we were talking about earlier with Supabase, and all N8N, all that good stuff, so that it knows within your main environment. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that, and then we'll move on to the next step. So what I want to do now, while we're doing variables, and it's getting set up, I want to push my stuff from staging to main. So in N8N workflows, I don't think I have any rules set up for this just yet. Let's see. So I do have a rule set on main. Now it's good to protect main. And what I usually do is I put required approvals to 1 so that it can't just be pushed without me approving. Now, for this, since I'm going to be pushing or merging real quick, what I'm going to do is just set this to disabled. I'm going to save. I'm going to set in my authentication. 1 second. It's going to be at the bottom. Let that reset. We'll do 5. It's always good to have that. That's just an authenticator I have on my phone to where it will it changes the number every like minute or so that no one can mess with your stuff. It's really good to have. I think it's Google Authenticator. Okay, so now that is main is disabled. So now what I can do is I can do a pull request. So if I go into here, state, and I go to stage, I could do compare and pull request. I want to go from staging to main. First, pull request, bringing workflows to main. Create pull request. And then what it's going to do is it's going to check. I'm going to merge pull request, confirm merge. And essentially what that's doing is it's taking everything that's been done in staging and pushing it to main. And so everything on our main machine looks at the main branch. So that's why you do all your different like tools and things that you're playing with in staging. You view it from your staging machine and your staging custom domain. And then when you're good with everything, you know that works. That's when you push it to main. So if I go back to here and I go to main, you can see it's populated with everything from staging. So then I can go back to settings, rules, rule sets, main, and I want to activate this. So nothing can be pushed to main. Now there's different ways of doing that security feature. That's just how I do it. Is it the best way? Maybe not, but it keeps it protected and it's worked for me. So what we're going to want to do is go through these. Starter kit is just what I'm building with my agent for everyone that's doing this is an easy starter kit to how you set up this whole infrastructure. App is our actual like website platform. So I'm going to want to push this. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to go to rules, main. I'm going to deactivate this, save changes, go to pull requests, or I like to, I like to go to here. Oh, it doesn't have the, so I'll just do pull request. And then new pull request. We want to change this from staging to main, create pull request. Staging to main. And then down here you'll see it working. We'll have to double check. Usually there's I think we need to set up the coding agent to where it will check. For now, I'm fine because I want to get all of this stuff hooked up and make sure that it's working and viable. But we'll come back and we'll double check and make sure that we have that coding agent set up. Okay, so then if we go to, there we go. So that's all there. And then what we want to do is, and then this, oh, it's because we don't have our Cloudflare worker set up. So this, we will have to go through it again, but this would, on merging to main, it would activate our Cloudflare deploy, and then that would deploy Cloudflare just like our staging. But that's okay. We filled this because we want our main VPS to have that repo. Okay, and then tool server we're going to need to do. So let's go. Oh, and I need to go back to app and reset that branch protection. Okay, so this one doesn't have a rule set, so we'll do a new branch rule set, and we'll do main, and we'll leave it disabled for now, and we'll include by pattern main branch, and then we'll just add the require pull requests. We'll set this to 1, dismiss, that's fine, and then create. Okay, but it's disabled, so I can go into pull requests, new pull request, staging to main, create pull request. And then what we'll do too, title can't be blank. Oh, staging to main, staging to main. And what we'll do too is the tool server is going to need to be built once it's merged down to our main VPS, but we'll have our Atlas do that. So, okay, so that's all good. So we pull that down. Let's go back to settings, rule sets, and we're going to want to reset this to be active. So active, and then we're going to go back to our main app repo. We're going to make sure that the rule set is enabled too. So that one's disabled. So we want to active, just so we don't get any unnecessary pushes. Okay, and then we'll have Atlas pull all that stuff down to the main repo. Okay, so now we need to create the worker. So I initially was thinking, oh, we can have Atlas create the worker, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up the worker bit, the basics of it, and then I'm going to have Atlas go in, set up to match staging, but then replace all the other the variables, the build, and all that kind of stuff. So what we can do is we're going to go with this. We want app. And then, okay, so I need to copy. So we want the same build, build and commands, but the difference is we're going to point it to main. So if I go to workers, pages, and then I go to my build with pixel and I go to settings, I can see what my build is. So right now, build command is this. So I want that. And then deploy command, I want this to say main. So we're going to copy that. And then we're going to change this to main. We don't need builds for non-productions because our other worker is already the non-production. The path is web. And then this stuff we don't need to do. Deploy. Okay, now again, this isn't hooked to our code, so it shouldn't. It may pick it up. I doubt it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell Atlas, hey, I have now. I would show you my Atlas web UI, but it's full of stuff right now with IP and all that kind of stuff. But all you got to do is, and I'll start sharing it again once I get out of the phase of variables and all that good stuff. But what you want to do is say, hey, if you've gone the route of having Atlas have access to Cloudflare, you say, hey, I built this worker. This is the main. I want you to match it to staging with build, compatibility, which we probably should do real quick. We'll set that rule. So you want to match to this, which is April 2025. What is that? 401? What's April? January, February, March, April. 4. Yeah. 40105. So this one. And then we'll do Node.js compat. Set that up. Okay, and then now I'm going to send it over and see, because remember we did Cloudflare tunnel for I believe N8N and some other stuff. So I want him to mimic what he did with staging, but do it with this. So I'm going to go ahead and type that up again. This is something good that you always want to practice, is have a good prompt and be explicit in what you want him to do. So say, hey, we have our staging worker. Go in, match that staging worker to main. Make sure that the variables and secrets are all there. Anything that I need to fill out, like Supabase, service token, anything like that, I'll go in and change, and then we'll test. But yeah, give it a go. Now, I also want Supabase to be migrated. Now, I know what we were saying before, and this goes back to how comfortable you are with variables and secrets. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give my agent my service role key for my main production. Now it's going to populate everything, and I'm going to tell it to be super safe, remove its memories of that key, etc. This should just be used for populating everything. Now, of course, you don't know really if it's going to remove it from its memory. But I've restarted Supabase projects and tables so many times that, like, let's say my key was compromised, I know very quickly what to do to get that stage or get that main production back up. So I'm comfortable giving Atlas uh, that kind of control. If you're not comfortable with that, don't do that. Go through the process of actually migrating your schema and all of that. And all you have to do is ask your agent, how do I do this manually? How do I do this through CLI? And it'll give you a step by step. And that's something to always be aware of. Like, use your agent to tell you what to do if you don't know how to do it. I do it all the time. That's how you learn. Like, and it you will make mistakes and then come back, fix it, build up, learn from it, and keep building. You're going to make mistakes. Like, it's bound to happen. So like, let's say my service role got compromised. Somehow it got leaked. I know how to rebuild that database really quickly because I've done it so many times. So I'm comfortable doing that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it that and have it run its migrations, set up the variables for Cloudflare, set up my variables for um, OpenAI, and then run through it. And essentially, I want to get this main production up just as a replica basically of staging, but tailored to main. And we've already merged our staging to main. So then I'll just need him to pull all that down, rebuild tool server, and rebuild anything else that's needed, maybe N8N and etc. Uh, and then we can test. We'll still have to set up our URL configuration, which we'll do, but this is the part that's like, you know, you can do it manually, but that's the power of agents. And you already have all this stuff built from your staging, so why not have him do the work of building main and replicating it? But again, do what you think is safest for your environment and what you're comfortable with, because you don't ever want to risk something getting exposed. So it really comes down to your knowledge on it and practice, and what you feel like you could rebuild quickly, essentially. Okay, as you can see, now Atlas has gone through, because it has my scoped Cloudflare. It's gone through and it's propagated my secrets. Now there's a couple things it missed. It missed its the build secrets, like our staging. So I'm gonna have to propagate these. I'll just do that myself. And then it missed some of these up here. And then what I'm gonna tell Atlas to do is essentially our GitHub repos. I'm going to make sure that they're set to main. Everything's pulled down. Everything is built. So it's got to build the tool server and everything. Uh, and then make sure that Supabase has all the migrations from staging. So the schema, all that kind of stuff. The agent is going to tell. I'm going to tell the agent to do all of this, and then from there we could see if we have anything left. If not, we could see if everything's online and our tools work. If they do, then we can go through security, checking that everything is secure and all good. So yeah, I'm going to fill this out, and then I'm going to tell Atlas to do that. Again, I don't want to show Atlas right now just because it's full of stuff that I've been working on, and there's the IP address and all that good stuff. But this is something that you got to get in tune with, especially with a new way of just like giving the agent the VPS, or I'm sorry, the SSH key to go into your main. You want to tell it, hey, we want to mimic our setup from the staging to main one to one, but change out the variables for like your Supabase, anything that is um, distinct for that environment. Then have it run it. Then at the end, once I've done all my security checks, I've gone over everything, then I'll be like, okay, I'm going to remove or revoke the token from uh, the VPS, the main VPS, so that our agent can't access it. But if I ever need to do updates, then I could just give it the token, tell it to go in there, make the updates, and then remove it. It's pretty sweet. Okay, so now while things are processing, Atlas is doing its thing, we need to set up our redirects. So within Supabase, you want to go to authentication URL configuration, and we need this to be HTTPS your site buildwithpixel.com, and we're in the main production. Make sure you're in main because we're changing everything in main. Our redirects, and this one. And then for the custom domain, if I remember correctly, that is down here. So we'll add that towards the end, which we don't need to do right now. And then within authentication, if you go to providers, you need to make sure that Google is on. Now, previously, there's an ID and secret that were created. So you need to take this client ID and then make sure you have that secret and put that into Supabase here. So then it knows how to access Google. You got to go into here and authorize JavaScript. We need to add these. Add URL. Take this. Okay, and then authorized redirects. Also, remember put this callback because we're not doing the custom domain yet. Take that one and we're going to put it here. And then we'll change these later once we do the custom domain. Okay, one thing I wanted to show too is right now, if you could see our Wrangler JSON, if you look at in main, if we go to web Wrangler, our Wrangler is looking at staging. So what I have to tell Atlas is, hey, we need a Wrangler that will look at production and will deploy with main. So I'm going to let Atlas know, hey, this is what's coming up. I know okay, so it just did a branch feature for this Wrangler, but I want it to be in staging so then I can merge to main and then it deploy. So I have to make sure that all those connections work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell it this, and then I can't show Atlas again because it has some sensitive uh, information. I mean, I can, but it's good to know at this point uh, what you need to be doing in terms of errors and all that good stuff. Is if you have an error, it's connected to both your staging and main right now. So then throw over what that error is, describe what you need. If you don't know what it is, that's fine. Have it explain to you what that is and then how you can mitigate and fix it. But essentially, I'm going to throw this over to Atlas, say, hey, we need to fix this Wrangler issue, push to staging, not a feature branch. Then I'm going to merge to main. Once he's done that, I'll come back up and merge to main, and then we'll see if it deploys, and then we'll check out if all of our connections are good. So while Atlas is working on stuff, what you can do too is set up your N8N exactly how you had it set up for staging from previous episodes. So in the staging one, we for my stuff we have temp workflows, but I do have this lead agent workflow here that just went away. Let me log in real quick. But what you're going to want to do is you download it and these are saved in GitHub. So it is something Atlas can do. You could have Atlas do this, but while it's doing stuff, I'm just going to take care of some stuff. So I'm just going to take this. All you got to do is go up here. move this over, and you hit download. That downloads the JSON file. And then all you got to do is within here, create a new workflow, go into that workflow. Did it log out again? It logged out. But essentially, go into that workflow, import file from URL. Here, let me. I don't want you guys to miss anything, but this is something you've done earlier. You just go create workflow in here, import from file, bring in that file, and then just save and publish. And then essentially you have within your production environment, you have that workflow because that's what your VPS, your main VPS, and what your main site is going to run for that N8N automation. So your staging domain will use the one within the staging automation, this one. And this is where you do all your tests and stuff. And then once it's good, then you bring it over to your main. Okay. So what we need to check now is changed its Wrangler settings for main. So our deploy, we have staging and then npm. So we need to make sure that our npm run cf deploy main. Okay, cool. So I need to go to here. Let's see if staging, it pushed to staging. Okay, so we have a new staging. Let's just see within here what that Wrangler has in it. Okay, so this has the build with pixel main. It has the staging, which this has, okay, build with pixel staging. Okay, so we're going to pull, or let's check our settings. I may have already activated back our rule set. Yep, it's on. So we're going to disable that. We're going to go back to app or pull requests, staging. We want to go staging to main, and added all that. We're going to create pull request, merge pull request, confirm merge. Okay. Then let's, okay, see how it automatically activates a build within Cloudflare because that Wrangler is tied to main. It's saying, hey, we're going to this worker main. Now we need to deploy. So we'll see if the deploy goes through. If our site comes up, we'll check it out. We'll see that everything works. And then what we may do is do a test of going from staging, pushing the stage, making sure that builds fine, doing a pull request of staging to main, making sure that's good. And then we got to test our tools within there. We got to make sure that when a user signs up, they get authenticated, they're added to the waiting list. My couple tools that are in there, I got to make sure that they work for users. And then we should be golden. And then we'll do a little security audit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Atlas go through and verify our just like front J or our Next.js, our front end. No secrets are going through. Nothing crazy in terms of like or making sure everything's protected auth-wise for our routes, all that good stuff. We just want to be fully protected. Okay, so it built. Let's see. Build with pixel.com. And would you look at that? Boom. Okay. So we have our site up and running from our staging environment. Now let's try, because we're using our main here. So when waitlist entries, this shouldn't have anything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to join the waiting list with this account. Let's see if all my redirects work. Okay, it said it added. You go back to landing page, refresh this. Awesome. All right. So our authentication system works, all that good stuff. Now, there's one thing I wanted to check. Well, I mean, we could just try it and see, but I'm pretty sure there was a credential I missed in N8N is a authorization header. But we could see if there's an error, then we can fix it. Okay, so if I go down here and own your own leads agent and that run lead. So, okay, so we did get an error. Now our okay, yeah, we're not going to see. Okay, it gets a 502. I'm assuming that's the authorization header. Whoops. I'm trying to copy this, so I'll copy that. I'm going to go to Atlas. Hey, it built one thing. I tried the leads agent. I got this. Let's make sure that this is published. It is published. Dude, I can't select it. Okay, this Atlas. There isn't an authorization credential in N8N. Is that what is causing it? And where can I find that secret? I can add it if that is the problem. Can you check? Okay, so essentially what we're saying is, hey, I noticed there was a missing credential that could be with the cause of this. I'm going to have Atlas check that issue. So one of the things I noticed, and this will be a good test, I let Atlas know essentially that error we just had with N8N, but also I did a bunch of work the other day on the staging and the bid builder, and I don't see it here. And I'm wondering if Atlas put it to a feature branch and it's not in staging. So what I'm doing is I'm clarifying with Atlas, hey, that feature that we did, if it is what it is, clarify with me. We'll pull that staging, we'll push staging, then we'll check staging, make sure everything works there. Then we'll move staging to main, and then we'll see that update on main. And then we'll get clarification from Atlas on what that N8N error may be, and then resolve that. Okay, so I just did a test. Basically, came back saying it fixed some. Let's see. It wasn't actually the workflow wasn't actually imported into the running N8N instance. It asked me to do a test. So I did test. It actually activates the workflow. Now this is my staging environment, but it's not showing the modal in the front end. So I'm gonna let Atlas know about that. But also the bid builder, there was a feature set that isn't merged with staging. So I wanted to merge with staging, but keep what we did with the Wrangler. Don't want to lose that. So I'm going to have it look at what's going on with the leads agent staging, fix that, and then we'll move to merging our feature branch of the bid builder into main staging, have that all work, then we'll merge that to main and make sure that all works. So this is some of the stuff that you'll have to do throughout this process when you're getting your your main machine matching your virtual or your staging machine. It's just getting all those connections set up. And then once everything's set and everything's good, then it's just updating stuff within staging and your front end or workflows, and then just making sure that that workflow variables all go into Cloudflare, N8N, and push to main, and then you're good to go. So I'll write up a bit about this of what I want Atlas to do, and then we'll come back and see what it gets us. Okay, so it got back to me and it was saying the callback never reached the app. Your front end kept showing still running because it was pulling Supabase for a result that was never stored. Is behind Cloudflare access. When N8N tried to post the lead result back to the callback endpoint, it got intercepted with a 302. So the result never landed in Supabase. What effects? Added service token policy. Okay. Now accepts the same as the N8N webhook. Updated the N8N workflow to extract the CF access client ID and headers. Okay, cool. Re-imported and activated it. Okay. So we can test that, but let's see what it did about the bid builder. Okay, so then it merged and pushed that to staging and it protected. Okay, so let's see. Um, go there, staging. I'm sure that this just deployed. Okay, yep, 5 minutes ago. All right, let's see. Let's go to staging. I'm just going to do a quick refresh, hard refresh. And then let's go to here. Do Pixworld. I'll fast forward this. Okay, so I just refreshed it. It still didn't do anything. Um, so we'll come back to that. We'll see what's causing the problem. Okay, so now we'll leave this one. It updated it, and it looks like this is uh all correct. I'm gonna trust that this is correct. I want to push that to main. I want to figure out this leads agent because I want to show this towards the end of the video. Um, so I need to figure out what's going on with our leads agent. So I see, and it just did a compaction. So let's go ahead and do dash new, etc. Okay, so I'm starting a new. Sometimes when you get into compaction, it can take a while for it to process because it's grabbing all the context, condensing it, sending it on to the next conversation. So I've built this, and I'll go over this later on. I built this nice little memory system here within the staging environment. So I'm using that, and it has a good memory over past conversations. But essentially, I want to start a new conversation, give it a little brief. It'll look at its persistent memory, and then hopefully it can diagnose what's causing this leads agent problem. It may be still that Cloudflare access, but we'll see. But it did do the bid builder. So this is what I was seeing before, and this is a cool little thing. So, but I want to show this towards the end. Okay, so it looks like there's still a Cloudflare access rule that needs to be bypassed. So what I've done is I've told my main Atlas orchestrator to hand that off as a task. Now, this is something I created. It's sort of like the Kanban, which I haven't really gone to in this series, but I've been developing on the side sort of a task um my own custom task assignment uh little process, and it uses my Supabase table, and essentially the engineers chat GPT 5.5, and then it frees me with Atlas here so that I can create another task and go through that. So while the engineer is running on that, I want Atlas to look over our staging environment and make sure everything is secure and do one more last pass and let me know if anything is um, needed in terms of front end, back end, all that good stuff. So that when we do our next merge, that includes our bid builder, that we have everything clear. And then when we merge that, we can test leads agent and bid builder, and then I'll set up a task for it to look through Cloudflare and make sure we're set up there and are protected and all that good stuff. So, all right. So basically, like I was just saying, I wanted to do a secure audit of staging. I also, with the leads agent, since I'm showing off these little tools, the leads agent, I want people to be able to use it and then not abuse it, essentially, because it's just showcasing what kind of tools you can get from having an agent like this, what you can build. And for the bid builder, it uses some different APIs and all that. So I don't want people to just be using it every second. So that one they'll get to use once every like 5 days. And if they like it, then that brings them back and then they can see other tools that I create. And plus I want uh Atlas to do a full security audit on the app and just let me know if there's anything that we should do before going online. All right. So I know that's a lot. I'm going to break this up into two parts because we're running up until an hour. Um, I'm a little further ahead. This is a recording from things I've done, but we've gotten through everything. So I'm towards the end, but I want to release this and then I'll release the next part tomorrow. Um, but yeah, we're close. And the big thing you got to take away from this is you have to work with your agent. You have to you have to see what it's built, but also like when you're doing your staging, sort of have an understanding of how it's building everything, give it structure and all that. And then when you go to the main VPS, it may make mistakes, just like humans, you know, and you got to test, verify, and then have it double check. And a great thing to do is on a new session is to have it check from a fresh mind, essentially. So it's clean. It can give you a clear overview, and then you can go from there. Because when you build up context and it goes through compaction and all that, it can start to get a like a little bit of hallucinating. So, but we're there. We got the site, basically built. Uh, and then, yeah, I'll release the next part in the next day. And then, yeah, we'll keep going and keep building. All right. Peace. All right, guys. Last episode. You harden your VPSs, you remove Hermes from SSH, you got clean main, you got your AI intelligence and staging, and you are good to build. This is where you get exponential growth. One more episode. Like and subscribe. Keep tuned with everything with Build with Pixel, and let's get it. Welcome back to part two. All right. On the first part of episode 8, we essentially bought our second VPS, which is our main production VPS. We had our agent seed it to match our staging VPS. Where we set up Cloudflare, had our agent set up the secrets, went over the secrets and variables, debugged Cloudflare, and then now we have to make sure that our main site tools work. We need to make sure that our security is hardened on the VPS machines, as well as our API routes and our front end app code. So, yeah, let's get to it. Okay, so it looks like there's still a Cloudflare access rule that needs to be bypassed. So what I've done is I've told my main Atlas orchestrator to hand that off as a task. Now, this is something I created. It's sort of like the Kanban which I haven't really gone to in this series, but I've been developing on the side sort of a task, um, my own custom task assignment uh, little process, and it uses my Supabase table and essentially the engineer's Chat GPT 5.5, and then it frees me with Atlas here so that I can create another task and go through that. So while the engineer is running on that, I want Atlas to look over our staging environment and make sure everything is secure and do one more last pass and let me know if anything is um, needed in terms of front end, back end, all that good stuff. So that when we do our next merge, that includes our bid builder, that we have everything clear. And then when we merge that, we can test leads agent and bid builder, and then I'll set up a task for it to look through Cloudflare and make sure we're set up there and are protected and all that good stuff. So so basically, like I was just saying, I wanted to do a secure audit of staging. I also, with the leads agent, since I'm showing off these little tools, the leads agent, I want people to be able to use it and then not abuse it, essentially, because it's just showcasing what kind of tools you can get from having an agent like this, what you can build. And for the bid builder, it uses some different APIs and all that. So I don't want people to just be using it every second. So that one they'll get to use once every like 5 days. And if they like it, then that brings them back and then they can see other tools that I create. And plus I want uh Atlas to do a full security audit on the app and just let me know if there's anything that we should do before going online. Okay, so there's some big things that we need to protect. And before uh, we had some of our earlier stuff protected with check and auth and all that, but we've added some new ones. So this is why it's always wise to, before you go to main, have your agent look over the repo and look at what needs protection. So our render PDF for the bid builder and image variations needs an auth check. The same for our agent task. So this is task that I give the agent that gets put into Supabase. So that needs protection. Um, there's no rate limiting anywhere. Uh, Several endpoints accept unbounded JSON payloads. Return access token, refresh token, and JSON buddy, properly gated staging only, but still sensitive. Okay, and then it shows what's protected. And then based off the bid builder quota plan, um, one one proposal creation per 5-day rolling window, check locations, the save endpoint mechanism, query bid builder proposals for any row by user ID, so by their authenticated user ID, uh, and then okay, then the fixed plan, and then I'll get into like what it should do. And so essentially, the fixed plan that it wants, add auth guards. Yes, add auth guards to all agent task routes. Um, okay, add bid builder quota check, bid builder quota helper, add rate limiting headers, basic rate limiting where appropriate. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, and the questions, lock them behind the okay. For the agent task routes, should I lock them behind the same Supabase auth? Requires your internal tools to send users cookies. Lock them behind a shared X agent secret header that only Hermes VPS knows. Option C, leave them as is now since they're internal and just fix the cores and not fallback. I'm going to do option B. Let's do option B. For now, agent tasks are internal orchestration, not user facing. A shared secret is simpler and doesn't break the Hermes web UI integration. All right. Yes. Okay. And then so what it'll do is it's going to um Atlas is gonna write up a plan, send it to our engineer, and then after our engineer is done with this one, it'll pick that one up. And then Atlas will be free for next task that we need to do. So hopefully once we get all this in play, we'll have our bid builder leads agent fixed. We'll have this security in play. We can push that to staging, then merge that to main, and then we can have a look at if everything works on main. If that's good, then we'll go over Cloudflare rules or security in Cloudflare. Okay, so we got some stuff back. Now, it did fix our lead agent, which again, I'll show this towards the end. But it fixed it. So we'll go through that at the end. Let's see what other stuff had changed. Okay, all that good stuff passed. What changed? Now requires Supabase auth, returns 401 for anonymous requests. Yep. Agent task now requires the X agent secret, header matching agent task API secret. Okay, cool. Same shared secret guard. Yep. Remove fallback only allows Hermes web UI origins. Perfect. So it's only going to allow it from this origin. Okay. So let's look at quota enforcement. Okay, one proposal per 5-day rolling. Checked on, yeah. Okay, leads agent 3 per day already existed. Okay, perfect. Front end modals, bid builder. When quota is exceeded, a red panel appears saying, thanks for using the bid builder. You can create next proposal. Beautiful. When daily limit is hit, certain modal appears saying, thank you for your lead. Yep, all right. Action required from you. The agent task API secret is not set in Cloudflare. I generated one and saved it to that. You need to set it in Cloudflare secret for your staging worker from your Windows machine while you're logged into regular run. Okay. Yeah. Or if you prefer dashboard. Okay. So essentially I need to go to my staging. So I'm in staging. I need to add a variable, and that variable is going to be this. I want to make it a secret. Now I'm going to remove this because I don't want you guys to see the secret. But essentially, you put that secret, and I need to go into this file, grab that secret, and then put it into Cloudflare. So I'm going to do that right now. Which one of these is my... Okay, so I've added it, agent task API secret to staging and main. Next step, set the Cloudflare secret. Deploy staging with, yeah, if you want to test the auth quota changes live. Once staging looks good, I can mirror agent tasks. Okay, once staging looks good, I can mirror these exact changes to production. The only differences will be same secret, different per instead of, okay. Essentially, I want Atlas to put that same environment variable in the same spot. We have it put into staging in main, and then I want it to commit to staging so it can redeploy, and then we'll give our staging environment a quick run through, and then we'll look at main. Okay, so let's go ahead and test. We'll test staging. So while I'm having Atlas put the key into the main VPS, so that it's all good, we'll test these out. So and we could just leave all these. We'll run it. Oh, so I've already reached my quote. Well, we know that works. Okay, so I'm using a different profile of mine. So we'll go ahead and try this again. So try it out. we'll say run one lead, and then again, we'll run the background. It should come through, and we should see information about a possible lead. Boom, you get this. Okay, so what this just shows is that you can get a lead, and if you buy my product, this will be a tool in there where you can get as many leads as you want. Now, of course, for this demo, it's just one because I just want to show people what you can do. But these tools are just sort of baseline. They're essentially, I provide the tool server, the N8N workflows, and then you can expand on it. Once your agent knows how this is all set up, you can tailor it to whatever you want. But essentially, this gave us a lead, the website, LinkedIn profile, and then a draft of an email that you can send. So you could essentially hook this up to your agent and then have your agent send from your email. So that's that. And then we have our bid builder. Now, essentially, what this is it's a um, it's a bid treatment for if you're bidding for a company. So, like, let's say I want to record sort of a bid transaction. Will allow. Um, so we're creating this bid for Apple. We're doing a turnaround CG render. It needs to look premium with beautiful highlights. There's three uh, three renders that we are providing fully comped. The budget is roughly 15K, and we have 3 weeks to complete it. The scope of the budget is we will need to be provided the half upfront and half at the end. After the upfront money comes through, we will set up a kickoff call to go over creative and start creating the assets and setting up the scenes. So then once it's recorded, you can transcribe it. And what it'll do is it's basically saying it's putting down everything that I just said, and then you can autofill to the transcript. So autofill to the structured data. So essentially it gets placed here, and then from there you can enhance it. So I want to enhance it a little bit, and what it'll do is it's going to take this information and just plus it up a little bit. So it'll go through that. It's going to enhance it, and then what I want to do is formulate bid. So what that's going to do is essentially it's going to break it into like 8 pages. It's going to take all that text and formulate like a image PDF style of what this should look like from a PDF. It's a draft, so it's not going to look great at the beginning. But we go through these other processes to refine it, and then once we like it, we describe it to our agent, and then it will go back and recreate the images. So right now you can see it's previewed the proposal. So it has all the stuff that we just wrote all in there. Now it doesn't look great. It's a preview. So then we save. Now, background direction, you could pick from 3 different templates or 5 different sort of texts. You can also describe, I want an light blue to dark blue background with a harsh design element in it. Now, this is sort of like it just guides the agent later in terms of the color aesthetic. It's not the actual design. But you can see here now you got these 3 sort of previews. So I want to save this as the background direction. You can go in here, you can edit your pages. So if you want to change what something say, you can go in here, change it. I want to save the final edits. Now we're into the polish. So this is the draft. Here, I want to say to say the same thing. So then once you have that, you generate 3 variations, and what that's gonna do is that's going to, create essentially 3 different, previews of the final, based on your write-up, and then you can pick one, and then you use that to be the style for all 8 of your pages. Then it creates your PDF based off of what you said, and then boom, you have it. It's pretty cool. So it's a great way to visualize your bids fast and to conceptualize it. You know, so you can create your bids super fast from when you get the information. Then you can from there take those final images and tailor them however you want. So we come back and we get these beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. That's super cool. I'm gonna pick this one. So then you select this, and then you want to say use selected image as reference. Now, what this is going to do is it's going to take it, use as reference, and then give my agent sort of like, hey, this is what we're mimicking. Take the text from the other ones, put them in an elegant way, contrasting the product, and then spit out the stuff. So after we see this, we'll come back. This takes about 5-10 minutes to process because it's got to go through each image, and then we'll see what it looks like. All right. So it finished, and you just go to proposal, and you can check it out. So you load this up, and then look at that. Isn't that amazing? Now, one thing that I have to adjust is essentially it looks like the same image on every one, but that's something I can fine tune afterwards. I can say because my agent is sending a prompt with this, basically I needed to say, hey, on every prompt, you need to say vary up the design so that the design is different on each page. But the core structure is there. It's taking our information. Now there's a little things that I need to change, like it says executive summary, it says executive summary there, how that is broken out. But that's just little bits that I can get into with how it's taking that information. But the core app is there; it works. So then it's going in and fine tuning all the little variables. That's super cool. So then you can export it. So you can say export. You can go export it through here and download right there, or you can say download PDF. Oh, it does the same thing. So that's something too I would need to change, but then you can change or set where you want to download it. And then you got your PDF. So that's a cool little tool. So now everything's working here. We have our FAQ, now our frequently asked questions. Now I'm going to be constantly adding to this. This is just the bare bones. Like one, I want to add a video of me speaking, telling what this is about. I want to add some more tools. I want to go through some of the bits of like what you get from the infrastructure, what you could get from the different tiers. But I want to get this all online because I want people to start coming to it. I want them to start trying the tool and then or tools that you'll get and what is possible with what you can create. And from there, I can just update staging, push it to main, and then boom, it's live. So now that that's good, essentially my Atlas lost its place with SSH. So I just updated the key that is needed for this, as you can see here. And then I can rehook them in if needed, if there's any problems with the main VPS. But what we can do is push our staging to main. Okay, so I want to go to compare and pull record. Let me just refresh this. I believe I still don't have the okay, the rule set. So we go staging to main, updated environment. Now it's good to put good descriptions, but for now, keeping it trim. I'm going to merge that, and then within our pixel main, you'll see. Oh man, I'm getting some massive deja vu right now. It's weird. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so you can see it's building. So then what we can do is we'll test authentication, we'll test the leads agent, and then we'll test the PDF builder. If that all works, then that's great. And then what I can do is while that's building, I do have it set to where you can only do one of these per 5 days. So let's try bid builder. Okay, so we need it while that's building, we'll check if it allows me to do another bid. So we'll do load sample bid, formulate bid. Okay, so we created that. We'll save it. Okay, cool. So it came back and says, thanks for using the bid builder. You can create your next proposal on 5/30/26. Beautiful. All right. So then we have our cap on that. Now we can make it a little bit more elegant, like the leads agent one, but this is fine for now. It shows the user. Okay, so then we can go to this built. So why don't we go to bid with pixel? We'll refresh this. Now this is our main. So now we need to test. Okay, this is online. We need to make sure our actual online one works. So we'll do this real quick. All right. Okay, so we got this on. So we ran into this error. So now I need to give this to Atlas and see what's going on there. What could be missing. So if this happens, feed Atlas. I got to get it SSH back into my main VPS. So when I get back, I'll do that. Okay, so we'll try the leads agent again. So what happened was there were some differences between our main environment and our staging environment. Now, this can happen. So as you can see, this context compaction, I'm giving Atlas so much info that it's starting to have to compact it and then sort of summarize it and give it to the next chat to move on. And if you do that a lot, that's where like hallucinations can start. So earlier when I was building this, it essentially like I may have gone through too many compactions. So right now I'm doing a handoff to the next session so that I can start a new session and be clean. But it's wise to do that, and you'll start to feel it when you're doing this a lot. And once you get into compact, like when it's compacting context, you'll only want to go like 2 or 3 more. I like to get to a stopping point and then go. Sometimes I push it a little too far and your agent can start to hallucinate a little bit. And so what happened was there was my container for N8N and tool server was a little different than my staging environment. So I basically said, hey, look at the staging, look at main, what is the difference? It told me the difference. It fixed the difference. And now I got to test it. So I have this handoff that I'm going to do here that I'm going to put to the new session, but I want to test to make sure it actually worked. So we'll go into here. We'll do this again. And this is on the main. And now, okay, so it didn't. Please try again. And my leads agent would not start. So let's just see if on our main, hello at buildwithpixel.com. Let's see if this even ran. So if it so it's not even getting hit by the webhook. So that's something I need to tell. And there's no there is a 502. Okay, so let me read what it changed. So essentially, fixed ingress now points to okay. Oh, it may need to be, maybe it needs to be rebuilt. Compose same restructuring. Okay, so I'm going to hand this off. And what you can do is just hit new. Okay. So now it has a little bit of context. Now my memory system gives it additional context, but it's always good to give it a lot. So we're going to see what it comes back with so it can diagnose that. And then if that's all good, then I just need to check the build template, and then we can check Cloudflare settings. Okay, so I was reading some of this while it's fixing it, and it said that my workflow wasn't activated, so I didn't publish it. Which and then we could change the name of this to prod, but you have to publish it up there. That makes it active and actually looking for. So we'll see. Okay, it's doing something, which is good. So if we go to executions under that, okay, so it errored. Now it errored at here. Okay, credentials. So we need to make sure that all of our credentials are good. See what it does. And then what we could do is, okay, that's succeed. All right. So on our main site now, we have that working. So that the problem there was I wasn't activated and I didn't have my credentials set up. So make sure that whenever you propagate from staging to your N8N on main, you have your credentials set up so all your stuff works within your automations and your nodes. So you want to check your nodes and just make sure there's no uh, like errors. So that's good. Okay, so we got that hooked up. Now let's try Bid Builder. Okay, so we'll go in here. I'm going to just record something real quick and I'll transcribe it. Okay, so we have a bad API key. So that's in our Cloudflare. So I need to go in, I need to make sure in main our open API key. Okay, so I need to go in there and swap that. So I'll do that and then we'll be right back. Okay, so I rehooked up the OpenAI API key. So we'll autofill from the transcript, then we'll do did we do that? Oh, okay, no. So I basically transcribed my recording. Now I want to fill out the form. And again, this is all testing on the main. So I want to make sure that this works online. So then I won't enhance this time. We'll just formulate it and we'll just go through and just make sure everything works. 3. So we'll generate the 3 and that's not good. It just stopped. Whoops. Okay, so okay, that may be I'm going to assume that that's the API key too. So I'm going to go into that VPS. That's using the tool server. So I need to go to my tool server secrets. CD tool server list cat. And I'm not going to show this, but I just want to see what. Okay, so yes, sudo nano tool. Okay, I'm going to replace this one. Okay, so I basically what happened was the OpenAI API key was invalid in our tool server. So I updated it on the VPS main, rebuilt or Atlas rebuilt. I forced recreate or composed up. And then I just am running the sample bid right now just to make sure I can get through all of this. And then what if this goes through, then we're good. Then we have our main up. Then I can have uh I'll have Atlas do a thorough check of our security for our front end and back end, and then also do a check for Cloudflare for making sure we're all good. Okay, so that came up. Okay, very nice. So we got a nice little 3 different options. I like this one. So we'll select that one, and then we'll use that as the recommended. And then we'll let that run. That takes a few minutes, and if that all runs good, then we're golden for our first build. And then we can check there. Okay, so it went through. So if I go to my gallery and I check out my PDF, you'll see we have all of our pages and everything matching. So it's outputting. So now we know everything works from our site. Now there's some things that are UI like experiences that can or UX experiences and how things look and how the user gets around that could be finesse. But to get this site, from staging to main online, we can get people start seeing it, start getting it. And I'm going to be updating this as we go, but I want people to start going into it. That's the thing with building is like you need people to see it right away. You want, and then you can just update. You can make it better. And then once I feel like the site's in a good spot, that's when I'll start my countdown for my product. But now that's good. So what I've done now is I asked it to write a handoff. So I'm going to do this and go into a new, and then okay. So again, we're going through. I want to make a final check on everything, and then we'll see what it comes back with, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so Atlas came back with a whole list of priorities with the Cloudflare security audit. So I'm going to go through these. I'm going to make sure it's access token. I'm going to ask Atlas, does it have the control to do all these settings for build with Pixel? And then we have some critical ones within our app that we need to adjust, and some not so critical. And then we have some exposed ports we need to close, and some firewall stuff just to give more protection. So I'm going to ask, does he have enough enough to go and do the Cloudflare stuff, and then set up a list for the next few things to do? All right, so we came back, did some adjustments to our code security wise. What we need to go through Cloudflare. So what we need to do is go to SSL. Okay, so I didn't want to go through all that, all those settings. So I upped the access of Atlas's token. So it's going through and it's changing all those security settings. Again, this goes back to how much access do you want to give your agent? Again, like I can remove this token and then change those settings if I run into problems. But the thing with me is like an agent that is super smart, like a Kimi 2.6 or ChatGPT 5, is going to know better than I do in terms of the security on a site. So I trust that. Now, if something happens, of course, I could just remove the token and then make the changes. So again, it's up to what your tolerance is. So let's see what it did. Okay, so it changed all the settings that it thinks that we need. Still WAF rules unauthorized. Okay, token needs WAF edit permission. bot fight mode, authentication token account, bot management, edit, or zone level bot access. Okay, so let me try to grant. I'm going to grant that and then see if it can make those changes. Okay, so I gave it more access and it was able to go through and essentially set up all of this within Cloudflare. Now, I clarified with it that Superbot fight mode was on, and then I'll go through these because some of these I have no idea what they do. But now I'm going through and clarifying what the enforced CSP is exactly, and then with the dev server and the firewall, because we did set up an initial firewall, it's just more information. Because when you get into this, you're going to be bouncing around from so many different like parts of your stack that's hard to remember everything. So that's why it's good to have the agent clarify and let you know what you need, and then you can verify that as well. I'm going through this, and essentially, I mean, this is a big thing. It's going to block other types of scripts if people try to run them, which we need. This is a big one. My dev server, it's running exposed, so I need to lock that down. Um, so we'll need to do that for. I haven't seen any CSP errors yet. What should we do? Okay. Sorry, I cut off there, but I got distracted. Okay, so for the dev server, we want to lock that down. Okay, so dev server, we want to lock down. So bind it to port to 3000 instead. If you need external access, route through Cloudflare. Okay. Make sure to do this on the main VPS as well. Okay, so you have to not installed or not configured main. So we'll have to. I'll blur this, but both of them don't have UFW installed. But based on the pattern, likely the same. What a firewall does blocks all ports. For staging specifically, if the app runs behind Cloudflare, you don't need open at all. Only 20. What do you want to do? Okay, so what can I give you to test UFW firewall? Because I thought we installed that at the beginning. Or what commands can I run? Okay, so that we'll wait and see what Atlas says. We'll make sure to move forward with the CSP. We definitely want to lock down those dev servers. We don't want anything public. And then I want to check the UFW firewall. I'm pretty sure we have that active. So I'm gonna have it give me some commands, and then we'll double check. Okay, so I'm gonna go back here. So there should be a new push to staging. It just committed. Could be 42 minutes ago. But okay, so it activated the CSP B332601. So let's look at that. Oh, staging. Okay, so that didn't get committed. So I'll make sure. Can you commit to staging again? I'm not seeing it. Okay, it locked down the dev server. The main VPS didn't have it. I'm going to run these commands. So in your terminals, go through, run the commands. Now again, do this to your own liking. I'm going to do this for staging and for main and feed it back to Atlas and then clarify it shouldn't do anything with my SSH users, all that good stuff. Okay, so our staging now has it. The CSP, so I'm going to do a little pull request. Staging added CSP security. Create pull request. Go ahead and do its checks, merge. All right. And then I'll bring this back to active. Save changes. We'll look and see workers. Our main should be building. Awesome. Let's add in our verification. Let's wait for this to reset. Okay, 267. Okay. All right, that rule's set back. And then let's see. All right. Okay, we set all of our UFW firewalls, staging, one cleanup node on main VPS. You have duplicate 2 TCP rules, one from the open SSH profile, one manual, harmless, but you can clean up later with. Okay. Okay, let's do that. I'll go over to my main and do this. And then check. Okay, that's good. What's left? Okay, so we did Cloudflare. We did CSP, dev server, still on radar, CSP audit, monitor staging console for a few days. If clean, we can tighten. Okay. Branch mismatch. Production is on feature production wrangler config. 2 commits ahead of staging. You may want to sync or merge when ready. Okay, so okay, so now I just want to check it's 1-to-1. And I'll go through afterwards and just look at the files on my main machine compared to staging. But I'm gonna have it do a final check. We did a Cloudflare over run through, got all those settings set up. We got firewalls in place. We have ports on lockdown and some enforcements in our app. So we should be good to go. Then I'll just run tests for the next couple days to make sure that that CSP works well. If it does, then we can make it a little bit more strict. And then we can remove the SSH key from our main VPS. And then our main VPS is on lockdown. And then in the future, if I ever need our agent to go in there, I can just open it up for them. It take a look, see if we're still matched to staging, and then we're good to go. Okay. So it came back great. So the only thing that's off right now is that our VPS main hasn't pulled down the latest from GitHub onto the machine. So we can do that because it has all the latest stuff. Main is on feature branch instead of main, cannot pull updates. Lacks GitHub, SSH host key, or key auth. Okay, so I'll just need to I'll need to run these and then yeah, I just need to run these and then pull the latest stuff and we should be good. All right, so essentially I just pulled main. So when we updated CSP, we merged stage into main. Our VPS machine had old commit on it. So I forced hard on the latest pull, and then it went through, and it's gone through and basically verified everything's intact, everything's identical. We got secure infrastructure. We're checking permissions, which I think I need to update. But Cloudflare layer's all good. Minor discrepancies, which is normal. There's no dev server on the main. Main doesn't need these ports, and their branch names differ, which is fine. I did this. .env.logo is locked down. So now, or I'm sorry, yeah, it's locked down. But I caught a gap. .env.production is 644 on main, world readable. Let me check staging and fix it. Staging has no, and only main VPS has an extra at, that's a secret exposure risk. Okay, so we'll lock that down. So within your VPS, make sure to lock that down, and then I'm going to verify it. Bring this in. Looks like it's 526. 526. Boom. So there you have it. All right. So essentially, what we've done is we've taken our staging environment, we've put it online, we've secured it. Everything looks all good. All the hardening's in place. Now the final thing is, okay, Atlas, I need to remove your SSH from the main machine. How do I do this? In the future, we will add it back. But for now, we are going to release it. So the final thing is, I don't want Atlas to have any more access to the main machine. The main machine is good. So what we're going to do is we're going to run these commands. Let me see if, let me bring mine over, and well, this shows off keys and stuff, so I'm not going to show. Okay, it looks like we had some keys in some various spots, so it's good to check multiple, but I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, you are removed. Can you tell me if you see the machine? All right. And then I verified I can get back in. All right. Okay, and then the same thing, if you want to add, and then I'll just add it to the authorized keys, and then store it, and then I can give them back access. Look at that. You did it. You went from buying a domain all the way through setting up a database, hosting, N8N, your first agent, your website. You have your staging environment, you have your main environment, everything locked down, hardened. Now you're good to go. Now you just build. This is the start of your AI intelligence layer around your product. So from here, if you love this type of content, subscribe, like, and feel free to visit Build with Pixel. I'm going to be adding a bunch of tools, documentation, everything. And let's build together. All right. Cheers. All right. Congrats, you guys. Truly. I know this has been quite the journey. I hope you've learned a lot. I'm sure you went through some problems that you were able to solve with ChatGPT, Hermes, and just going through the rhythm. Now you have your AI intelligence layer. Now you have your infrastructure. Keep going through the documents, reading it, ingrain it in your mind. This is where you build. Stay tuned with Build with Pixel because I will be releasing tools that you can implement with this system. You want to stay tied. Then it'll be easy. We can just grow together. All right. Congrats. Stay tuned for new videos. I hope this helped. Like and subscribe. Go celebrate. See ya.